the start streaming button. Oh, I need to share. One moment. I have to remember how to do the technology side of things. Studio. Here we go. Live now. Unlisted. Details. And now I just throw that over here. Live. All right, cool. All right. So, Agatha the Red is looking around. What? No, not this one. Maybe. And she walks over to. By the way, all of the nutrients vats are in a surprising amount of disarray. They're normally a little bit higgledy-piggledy through the bottom level of the ship. In this particular day, in this particular bit of water, they are flung aside as though somebody has just been running around with a American football outfit and knocking them left and right. She does eventually come into one, and she's like, all right, this one seems fine. And she opens it up and unclasps all the clasps. And it just sort of starts to open before she's immediately onto a second one and a third one. Unlike the first time that you guys all arose, she is being way less careful. She quickly picks out three that she's seems very confident in, and then spends a fair bit of time trying to find a fourth one before sighing heavily, going over to one that is the entire nutrient vat is in black and white only. These are normally greenish colors. This one has been painted. And with a heavy look on her face, she unclinks the things, opens it up, and reaches in and pulls out. Terry, would you please describe your character?
And Pierre tumbles forward out of the vat, landing elegantly spryly on his feet. Pierre is wearing a black and white striped shirt. Pierre is saying nothing but nods at Fiona the Red and Agatha the Red, dusts himself off dramatically, and then leans against a wall.
I just want you to know that things have to be really deep shit that I'm getting you out here, all right? Now, try not to be annoying. Don't you roll your eyes at me. Whatever your name was. You couldn't even tell me. Anyways, some steam has cleared, and the other three casks that were opened a few moments ago start to reveal other people. Gary, why don't you describe your character for the others here?
Turtle. That is Turtle Bard. That I've got leather, like canvas pants on, kind of soldier pants, and carry I forget what my instrument was, what I ended up deciding on. Crap. But yeah, kind of rough. Yeah, it's here somewhere. Rough, just kind of like a rough and mostly like doesn't talk too much. Soldier, turtle, bard.
I see in your inventory a war gong.
Oh. Oh yes.
Oh yes, gong. How could I forget?
A gong. Yeah, certainly a gong. Oh, that's right. I wanted to see if that could duel as a shield. I don't remember what we ended up saying about that.
Oh, I'd be down with you using that as a shield.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Yeah. So it's a giant war gong slung on his back.
I love it.
Awesome. And then Envala, is that how you say it? Go ahead and describe your character.
Yep. So Envala steps out of her vat and kind of dusts off the goo. She's a tall, dark-skinned drow with shockingly white hair and a very messy bun with like a couple of pens stuck through it. And her clothes look like they were once elegant and fancy, but now are worn out and patched in many places. And she's looking around. Is Leggy around? Do I see my spider?
Yeah, so it's kind of like was curled up next to you, and for a second you think that it might be dead because like spiders kind of curl their legs up, but you realize that's just how it sleeps, and it kind of uncurls and takes a few steps on the ground. Agatha's like, "Oh, I forgot you had a friend."
Oh, who's a good spider? And I just like grip it by the mandibles.
Kind of like very, its eyes don't really like close because I don't think spiders have eyelids, but like it just kind of like swaggers back and forth a little bit, lifts up two of its front legs and kind of taps them on the ground repeatedly. And then lastly, Shaman, if you'd like to describe your character.
Yeah. Fivetail is a tabaxi rogue, with gray tabby type fur pattern. You can see like several piercings of one side of her ear and also several bangles along her long tail. She has a leather coat with a hood with kind of a bandolier with a lot of different shapes and sizes of knives that you see her starting to check and polish like one at a time as she takes inventory and cleans everything off the goop and starts preening just a little bit just to fix her whiskers and get everything ready.
Awesome. So now that you guys have been pulled out, you become very aware of two things. First is a bit of an unsettling feeling in your stomach, and the other is a loud chant coming from above you outside. The chant is ta, raga ta, raga ta, over and over and over again. I'd like all of you to make a Constitution saving throw against the poisonous nature of the bats. This is a multi-DC thing, but the highest level of success is a 15.
I got a 9.
14.
Oh,
20
no.
on that.
Oh, that's a con.
Yeah. Wait, how do you do the save?
Con save is right.
Yeah.
Con check is...
There's the save.
It's the same. It's still +0, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, sorry, what did Invala get?
14.
14. And then I think it was 20 for Pierre.
Yeah, 20.
All right.
18
So,
plus.
Pierre, you kind of like, and you're okay. The rest of you start to feel a little bit uneasy. Those of you who got between 10 and 15, which I think is 5 and Vala, you become poisoned for 15 minutes. Courtlug, because you haven't managed to shake off the poisonous feeling of the vats, you've actually are going to have the poisoned trait for the next hour, which gives you disadvantage on skill checks.
Okay.
All right, so the very frazzled-looking Agatha, who's not exactly like a well, put together person visually, but she normally has sort of a presence about her. That presence isn't there, and she's like, "All right, listen up. Things have taken a bit of a turn for the worst, but we're going to make the best of it. Come aboard deck as quickly as possible, and I'll explain." And she clambers away. Doesn't even really seem to be giving you guys a second note as she climbs up to the mid deck and eventually the top deck after that.
Pierre shrugs eloquently and then wanders after her at a walking pace.
Come on, Leggy, let's go see what's going on. And I'll head up.
The 5 kind of picks up her paw and makes sure that she doesn't step on the spider. Puts on the hood. Let's get this over with.
Oh, it's a really big spider. How big is it, Jeremy? Do you remember? I don't remember.
It's well, let's say that it's about the size of like a German Shepherd.
Perfect.
It is a sizable lad or lass.
I'll leave it there. Probably
Just in case if you rest.
Thanks.
I was just testing the sharpness.
Okay.
As you guys rise to the middle deck, the chanting gets louder and louder, and as you rise up to the top deck, it becomes an absolute cacophony. The bright sun of the early morning is out above you on the sea, and you finally get a look around as to what is happening in the area. And you are in a channel of some kind. There's a bunch of other boats around you. There is on the sides of this like the land next to this channel that you're in are just tons of people. All of them with very like sailor outfits. They're clearly pirates of various different forms. Some of them are playing games like dice games. Some of them are just getting way drunker than is probably safe for anyone around them. Others are doing all kinds of weird acrobatics and stuff. There is also just some that just seem to be happy, screaming, Regatta! Regatta! With that, I'm going to go ahead and share the map of the area with everyone. So I have started a game session. If you guys want to hit the play button on your character sheet. As a reminder, this is on PC at first. It's right to the right of where it says Campaign Tales of Smoke and Slime. This will bring up a map for you to look at.
Did you send me an invite ever?
I did. I put a link in the chat here.
Oh, wait, where is in the chat here?
Click the
I didn't see anything. Click the little witch.
So we're in the gaming channel, right? And there's a chat attached to it. If you click the open chat bubble.
Oh, yeah, found it. That is.
Otherwise, you can absolutely just look over Kara's shoulder, I think.
Well, Kara's trying to figure out how to open up the map on her iPad. So give me a second.
Yeah, no, that is not easy. You need to go to the website. Where the heck is that? I think it is. Let me open D&D Beyond over here.
I can definitely open it up on the website. Just instead of that, if that's what needs to happen.
Courtlug and 5. Did you guys get your maps open? Okay.
Mine's open.
Yep.
Awesome. And you are currently seeing, I believe, Bertha Bay.
I see Tatterdemalion.
The entire area is the Bertha Bay.
Bertha Bay. Yep. Sure. It's got like a whirlpool.
Yeah,
at
on
one
the left.
point. A lighthouse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Let me wait for the others to catch up, and then I will describe some more.
Okay.
So if you are in your character under the pull down here.
Might just be able to share a link to that too. Let me see if this works.
I mean, we can both see it on my screen as well if needed.
Mm-hmm.
So I just put a link to that in the chat. Let me know if that works.
Yeah, but it doesn't want to show it up anymore.
It might take a minute to load.
Okay. I'll just look over on yours. I think that'll be easier.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. So Bertha Bay is a place that you've probably maybe heard about in legend, especially the bards and the crew. This is where Baba Estrada, the greatest pirate captain to ever live, finally basically retired to. In the center of the bay is a massive pirate ship the size of like a city block. And at some point, she sort of ran aground here and said, you know what? Now it's a city. And I'm just going to live here and do all sorts of cool pirate things. And now it's a base. In the sort of center of the map, that like square region is where the Bertha, which is what the bay is named after, is currently set to its eternal port. You are on a line of ships to your left and your right. Each of them right near to some kind of like starting line. There is we'll go into exactly what those ships are in a minute. But Agatha explains as you guys get to the top of the deck. Listen, all right, we've had a few minor setbacks in the last 24 hours, and she holds out one of her hands, and sitting on the hand is Dr. Jean, the biodoc that you guys encountered before, except that he's for some reason only about 2 inches tall. Like uh, hello. I know that we met before, but I'd like to apologize for my current appearance. I maybe experimented a little too strongly on myself, and I have managed to shrink myself down to the current size. That's what he's saying, but because of his small stature, it comes out like like his mannerisms are still the same. The pitch of his voice is high. I would kill my voice if I talked like that for 5 hours, though. So we're going to skip it. You can see over on one side of this of the channel is the figure of Talamir. Talamir is the goblin, the fueling assistant of Dr. Jean, who is for some reason now about 25 feet tall and standing on the sides, way too big to fit in the ship. And he goes, "Hello, hello, everyone again." It's like, Talamir, just stay over there for right now. Yes, you can see we've had a little bit of an issue with some of the crew. We've had, you've seen what happened to Dr. Jean, and then, in addition, the Trilby, that's the cephalopod who wears just like a glass bottle over his head to survive on land, who's the bosun of the ship. He started a fight last night at the Mermaid's Tits Tavern, and his special glass bottle was broken, and now he can't work on the ship. And then Frisco the coxswain has to lay low because, well, some religious fanatic is trying to exorcise him for some reason. And, Sourpuss, who is the cannoneer of the ship, I may have inadvertently sold his soul to one of the voices of the deep last night doing a ritual incantation, but don't worry, I'll get it back. It was a minor oversight. Anyways, long story short is that the entire crew is unavailable at the moment, except for Bubbles, the head in the jar downstairs, but I don't think she's really going to help at the moment. And we have to goddamn win this thing, all right?
Win what?
And as though on cue to your question, there is at the top of Bertha, the big ship in the center of this bay. In the crow's nest, there is stationed like a bunch of little extendo horns that for making someone's voice louder, just like in a big ring at the top of it. And standing in them is a Neblin, a gnome, who is kind of an older woman in full pirate gear. She's got an eye patch over one eye. She's got a tricorn hat. She's got various different tassels on her like navy jacket. And she calls out, "Hey, you scallywags! It's time for my regatta!" And the cheering of "Regatta" shortens for a little bit and turns into "Estrada! Estrada!" This is the legendary pirate Baba Estrada. And she goes and I can't do the voice because I'm a little bit sick, but she goes through and describes the that she's thankful for all the pirates to be here and being a part of this regatta once again. And in fact, this time she does have quite a special prize. And she pulls a little string, and you notice behind her in the center of this crow's nest, there was a large, what looked just sort of like a square thing covered with some sort of tarp. The tarp falls away, and inside of it is a cage containing a very unusual creature. It is feminine. It has long, floppy ears, short, pinkish fur, and a humanoid appearance. It's not a species you've ever seen before. It sort of walks lightly as it stammers back through its holding cell. Baba Estrada comments that this very unique slave that she has discovered will be the prize for whoever manages to win first place in this year's regatta. And every year, whatever the prize is, it's always something unique and interesting, something pirates would love. And the crowd goes friggin' wild when this happens. Agatha turns to all of you and says, I know that you've just gotten out of your cages, but we've got to win this thing, all right?
All right. What's the rules?
I'm so glad you asked. I will answer that out of character. So, over on the map, I am now going to change the map slightly. We're going to have to shift between two different maps to do this campaign. The first is the map of the bay. The second, that I will shift to now, which I did not remember to clean up. Wait, hold on. Hide it. Get rid of all these things, all of those things. Oh, goodness. Totally professional. Do not worry. Everything is fine.
That's why they put that pause button there.
Yeah. That's the biggest my erase brush could be? Oh my god, it's gonna take forever. Can I just erase everything? No. Do. Get this, get rid of that. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Those all go to am I missing anything? Oh yeah, that goes right. Oh, I need to add characters, right? Tokens, players. We have Envala, we have Firetail, we have Plug, and we have Pierre. Awesome. I'm going to currently place you on the top deck. I will resume the session now. All right, so this that I've shared with you is the map of the Tatterdemalion, Agatha's ship, the one that you're currently on. It has 3 decks, as described before, and those 3 decks have between them 5 different positions that allow you to do things. On the top deck, you have basically the steering position, which is represented by the little steering wheel. You have the crow's nest, which is, I think we decided was going to be 20 feet above the deck with you got to climb up to it. That's the spyglass icon. There is the bosun, which is like the ship repairer station, which is in the back of the vessel, which shows a little sailing ship. In the mid decks, there is the cannoneer's position. This is the one that is in charge of firing and rearming the cannons. And then in the bottom of the deck is the navigator's position, which is currently left empty as Doug is not around at the moment. The navigator is going to influence how fast your ship moves during each round. So each of these positions has very different importance. Because you only have 4 people, there's no way that you can man all of them at the same time. That's fine. You don't have to have all of them, but each one comes with their own pros and cons. With, for instance, the crow's nest, that allows you to make perception checks to see hazards in the water and stuff that are out at a distance. The steering place will allow you to navigate hazards that have become a problem. Say if you are trying to avoid, a coral reef that you don't want to run aground upon. The bosun station, the one that's just the sailing ship, allows you to repair the ship on each round. I described the cannoneer and the navigator will be making a navigation roll. All of this will make more sense as we walk through the turns. There will be basically a ship turn where the ship does things, and then there will be a normal D&D turn, which will just be where your characters can move around. Kind of the one big thing to know here is that if you can use your action on your turn to just use the station you're at. Or you can, yeah, that's pretty much the big thing. If you use your action for something else, though, you're not using the station.
Okay.
All right. Now, so those are some of the rules. We'll get into more of the details a little bit later. For right now, Agatha is going to turns to you and says, "The regatta starts in 15 minutes. Get ready." So you have 15 minutes of just a brief period of downtime. Anything you want to do, either as character development or as preparation for the regatta, now is the time to do it.
I want to go ask the professor how he turned himself tiny.
Agatha has kind of like placed him onto a rail of the ship, and he looks up at you and he says, "I was doing." Remember, this is in a high-pitched voice. I was doing investigation on the various different properties of a sea sponge. Turns out one of those properties is matter adjustment. I found a way of making the particles in something closer together, which has made me very small. I thought it might also cause me to become very strong, as I would be very dense, but it turns out that's just not how it works. Instead, I am just a normally small thing that can't do much. And he kind of like points the guardrail of the ship.
I'm taking notes. Oh, that's fascinating. Do you have any more of that sponge?
I do not. Not for you, at least.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Anyways,
I'd really love to experiment with you sometime. Just if you get me out of the
from over on the land with his massive ears at the moment, Talamir goes, "What? No! He experiments with me! Except it's, what? No! He experiments with me and only me," because he's gigantic, and that's just how voices work. Anything else during this 15-minute prep period?
5 is interested in investigating some of the workstations to see what kind of aptitude would be needed to man.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so I'm not going to make you roll for this because this is more game rule than it is real life rules. So the obviously the lookout is going to be using perception to figure out what they see nearby. The helmsman position is uses sleight of hand, and in order to move quickly. The bosun position to do repairs actually uses. It's going to depend on the tools you have. If you have I think it's artificer's tools, then you just make an artificer tool check. Otherwise, it will be just a general intelligence check with no proficiency. If you have other tools that might make sense, like masonry tools that you're proficient with, I might make that work. Carpentry tools would work. Whatever tools you have, let me know, and I might give you something there. The cannoneer has two different ways that they can interact with the cannons. They can either just be very athletic and run around like loading them in. That's for reloading, or they can be very agile. You will always be able to reload one cannon, but if you make a good agility or athletics check, then you can reload two cannons entering a round. And then lastly, there's no specific skill that the navigator uses in the base. They simply are like charting things and will give you your ship an additional roll when you move. Speaking of which, I am going to paste the stats for the Tatterdemalion in the chat. Guess I don't really need to put the crew on there since you guys are the crew.
Yeah. What are so regatta, so it's a race, essentially?
It's a race. That is correct. Um, Now, while you guys are doing some of your prep work, the rules of the race are blasted over the loudspeaker by Baba Estrada, who describes this as a no holds barred race. The only rule is that the first ship to cross the line with her captain um, at the end line, which is the square that I've kind of highlighted there. We'll go back to that map in a second. Um, the first person to cross the end line with their captain still aboard wins the race. Um, if you want to board other ships during this time, absolutely go for it, but beware that they can board you back. Cannons are totally fine. If another ship manages to sink below the waves for whatever reason, that's totally okay. If you want to go and sabotage their workstations on the other ships so that they can't do their own activities well, that is also totally up to you. Anything you can pretty much think of that your character would want to try to do to gain an advantage, please go for it.
Can we see what the crews of some of the of our opponents look like?
There's a lot of ships. They have not yet lined up, so you're not exactly sure which ships you're going to be racing against. If we are actually, I think now would probably be a fine time for that. We'll start with Gary. Gary, can you go ahead and roll me a D8 and tell me the value?
E8.
Go back to
2.
8-2. So the first ship that is in the J position is going to be the Gold Spring. So Baba Estrada gets on the loudspeaker and introduces you to the Gold Spring. This is a pirate vessel made out of what appears to be solid gold. It has large gems encrusted into the sides of it. Its crew appears to be a variety of mercenaries, except, of course, for its captain. Its captain is the Duchess, and the Duchess is a red dragon. It's a younger red dragon, and it's very portly, and it sits on a large throne and orders around the mercenaries to do its bidding for it. Occasionally, she spews out a little bit of flame and tells people that and barks out orders in her draconic voice. Pierre, would you also roll me a d8 and tell me the value?
3.
3. All right. So in the H position, this feels very similar to last time, actually. In the H position is the vessel Little Chugger. And Little Chugger is a Neblin-made, steam-powered submarine, and it has just barely broken the surface. It is very tiny compared to all of the other ships that are on the line with you. There is just a wild-haired Neblin standing next to a little porthole that goes into the submarine itself. And he's kind of like waving at the crowd. He's got a large golem standing next to him that acts as part of the crew for this vessel. Does not have a lot of armaments, but it is a submarine. Kara, go ahead and roll me a d6.
A d6.
Yes. We're running out of ships.
1.
1. Okay. In the A position is the Nuatu, and the Nuatu isn't really a ship so much as it is a giant turtle. And on the back of the turtle is a crew of druids who are all kind of like wandering around and like making sure the turtle is okay. It doesn't have a mast or anything. It just kind of like swims around as it's moving. There's some like cannons that are loosely attached to its back. The captain. Oh, I forgot to mention the captain's name. The captain of the Little Chugger is Smoketop. That's the Neblin with smoky hair. The captain of the Nuatu is Rhine Zephyr, who is a druid who's got kind of a wild look in his face, and he's always sort of looks like he's about to run at any moment. Next up, Shaban, or sorry, I should refer to you by your character name. 5. Could you please roll me a d6?
6.
6. All right, in the B position. Did reveal these, right? Yeah. In the B position is the homunculus. And the homunculus is captained by Captain Jack. Captain Jack is a soul forged with so he's made out of mostly metal. He is wearing what appears to be some sort of like cheesy fake black beard that hangs down from a jaw, not really tightly attached to it. The homunculus itself is a great metal machine, and it has lines of cannons on either side. It doesn't necessarily look as fast as some of the others, but it does look very vicious. Pierre, go ahead and roll me a d4.
D4.
That's
3.
a D6.
Yes, that is a D6.
3 also works. That's fine.
3. Still 3.
Next up in the C position is the Umiowaru. The Umiowaru, which is captained by Himiko. The Umiowaru looks like a giant knife in the water. It has a long front to it. It has no cannons on its deck, and it is manned by a variety of very noble, very regal-looking samurai tabaxi. The captain always stands at the very tip of the ship, sort of leaning forward off of it, and she kind of like tips her hat to various different people as they come by on their ships, but doesn't seem to say anything. Courtlug, go ahead and roll me a d4.
4.
4. All right. In the E position is the Dread. The Dread is a ship made of bones, and aboard it, its crew are all skeletons and zombies and ghosts. The captain of it stands tall with some eldritch blue flaring light coming out of his eye sockets, and he has 2 different peg legs that he kind of clomps around on. Though it looks like he's doing fine with them. It is a very somber ship, though it does contain its own set of cannons. Let's see. Envala, odds or evens?
Evens.
Evens. All right. In the F position is the Shonerbret. And the Shonerbret is basically a dude on a surfboard. And it's got like a little engine on the back of it. Its captain is Tommaso. He's wearing like sunglasses. He has some sunscreen whiting up his nose. And he's just like given like a wave like this. Occasionally he does some sick like little tricks in his starting position before he moves around. Lots of thumbs up. He mostly just seems like he's chilling. And in the last position over here at G is the largest ship in the race and the reigning champion of the race, the Cantankerous Dilly. The Cantankerous Dilly is captained, also just known as the Dilly, is captained by Raving Maxine. And this thing is teeming with fueling workers, many of which that are wearing pale white paint. And are just running around. There's lots of little sub vessels that are like docked at the side of it. In the front of the Dilly is a variety of fueling bards, all with leers that have fire coming out of the ends. And they're just rocking out as the thing starts. All right. I have now updated the map to put everyone into their positions. The Tatterdemalion is in the D position. Before we get started, are there any other questions or any other things that you guys want to do?
I think I missed the lookout. What was the skill for lookout? Is that perception?
That is perception, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, while Pierre is doing some little stretches and dexterity exercises, does anyone have better than a 6 athletics or acrobatics?
Like +6, you mean?
Yeah, +6 to the.
Not high.
I have a +6,
I use
but I
that
think
very more.
5 will volunteer to take the helm,
Okay.
seeing its position being at a dexterous advantage.
Sleight of hand is 6 then.
+9 sleight of hand, so
Whoa!
I think I can steer this thing.
All right.
I have a +7 perception, so maybe I should do lookout. If lookout's a position we want to fill.
I mean,
I
the
don't
sooner we
think
see our opponents coming, the sooner we can defend against them.
Yeah. Pierre is going to wander downstairs and start familiarizing himself with the cannons then.
All right.
What did you say about the repair position?
It requires the use of, if you have tools, you can you can get proficiency when you make your prepare check. Otherwise, it's just an intelligence check by itself.
Got it. I have no tools.
And I'm not very smart.
And yeah, and to be very clear, wherever you start, you don't have to stay there. There will be a lot of things happening. Maybe not in the first round, but like stuff will happen. You may decide to move.
Is there like, can we help someone in a position, or
Yes,
is it just
absolutely.
one person?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you really want to, and help just gives advantage. So in the case of like navigation, if you help someone navigate, they'll get to roll 3 dice instead of 2 to take the best. Yeah.
All right. Additional roll when moving. Yeah, I think maybe for the first round we might want to do have someone in the navigation position, so we can like if we want to like try and get out front first.
I can do that.
All right. Let me switch over to the other map. Go ahead and move your little icons to wherever it is that you want to be. So for the cannoneer, because it's a little bit of memory work, the cannons that are blue are ready to fire, and the cannons that are red have already been fired and need to be reloaded. So currently, everything is fully loaded to begin.
So then can you move me to this one?
Yeah, we are.
Thank you.
So, and to remind you, the navigator position is next to a large glass wall that leads out to where Doug would normally be in his little hammock. Doug's not around, so you can sort of see that like apparatus is set up there, and you can actually see under the waves a little bit from here.
Cool.
All right, looks like everyone is at a place, which is great. Trying to check my checklist to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Is there anything else you guys want to do before we start?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything that I can think of.
Is the 15 minutes of poisoned condition over?
It will be at the start of the race, but it will not be if you have an hour of poison condition.
Got it. Just gonna take that.
Oh, that's rough.
All right. Excuse me. I am still trying to get over a little bit of a cough here. So the ships are all lined up in their various different looks. You are kind of in the middle of them, and Baba Estrada holds up a pistol that's about the same size that she is. You have no idea how she can hold it, and she pulls a little trigger that pulls a larger trigger that pulls an even larger trigger that shoots a massive flare up into the air as the starting pistol goes. And I would like everyone to roll for initiative.
Oh, I have a thing for this. Although it doesn't matter because no one can see me in the middle deck.
21.
19.
8.
7.
I don't think I've ever rolled initiative that good.
Either.
Man, you have
Sorry, what did 5
Yeah, I
do?
know.
An 8.
8. And then we have someone in the navigation position, right? Yeah, in Vala.
Yes.
So the speed of the chill. Sorry, Pandora just decided it wanted to play music at me. Since you're in the navigator position at the moment, could you go ahead and roll me an initiative for the boat? So
Yeah.
D20 plus 3.
15.
15. All right. All right. The starting pistol goes. The flare goes up. The first ship to be moving in the round is actually going to be the Dilly. So the Dilly and its massive, just like floating fortress style vessel. I will move over to the Bertha map for this. So it is going to roll its speed. So the Dilly has a speed of 8. However, it has 3 different people navigating, so it will roll 3 dice and take the highest.
Is that how it works?
So it moves 4. So movement in this is only square, it's not diagonal.
We all just get down to the navigator position.
You take the highest number, though, not the sum, so...
Never mind. Still.
Next up is going to be the Shonabrat, which is the dude on the surfboard. And he is actually going to... His movement speed is only D6s. And he rolls 2 of them. He rolled a 6, but what he actually is going to do is the Schoonerbrat moves forward 1, 2 spots, and he actually shoots out a little harpoon onto the back of the Dilly, which goes ka-thunk, and then starts to like water surf behind it. Next up is the Tatterdemalion. Since you're in the navigator position, and Vala, can you go ahead and roll me 2d10?
2d10. And you're just looking for the higher?
The highest, yes.
7.
7. All right. So the Tatterdemalion gets to move 7 this round. So whoever is helming the ship, which I think was 5, go ahead and choose how you're going to move yourself 7 squares.
Oh, can I draw? Is that something I can do?
You can just drag it and move yourself 7 squares. So you can't move diagonal on this. You can only move squarely. Awesome. I should also mention that you guys, since you have someone in the crow's nest, now you should make your perception check.
20? D20?
Yeah, just a normal perception check. So D20 plus whatever your perception is.
19.
19. That's really good. So up ahead, actually straight in front of your ship, you notice that there is lying in the water what looks to be some mechanical devices that you believe would potentially explode if you were to run into them. It seems that there is a small minefield that is straight ahead.
Minefield dead ahead!
Next up is going to be the Umiyowaru, the fastest ship here. This is the one that looks a lot like a sword and is run by Samurai Tabaxi. However, in this case, it has only rolled a 3. So it kind of moves up next to you. Himiko in the front of it kind of like points in the direction of your ship. The Dread is going to go next. Wait, is that right? Yes. Dread is going to be rolling its movement dice. And they have rolled a 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now the Dread, the big bone ship that has whose captain, I don't even know if I mentioned the captain of the Dread. The captain of the Dread is Nagnacrobix, the necromancer. And as they go past you, they're actually going to fire their cannons in your direction.
Rude.
How dare.
Do we know like what the range of cannons are? Are they all similar ranges, or they might be different?
The range of your cannons is 4 squares.
Any direction?
Only to the sides. So you cannot shoot straight in front of you on your ship cannot. So they have rolled a total of 20, which I believe beats the armor class for the Tatterdemalion.
Yep.
All right. And
Yes.
so Tatterdemalion takes 13 damage from the cannons as they unload. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom.
Yes, perfect.
What did you say, 13?
Yeah, 13 damage. So
From 100?
87.
Sounds right.
All right. Next up is the Gold Spring. So the Gold Spring is once again being captained just by the Duchess. This actually like it's a chunky red dragon, but it's a younger one, so it's not as large as it could be. And the Gold Spring is going to roll its movement dice, which are here. And that is going to. Oh, why did I roll so many? It's 6 movement. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the Duchess, who's sitting on the back of the ship, kind of is scouring the areas next to her vessel, looking for some action, but doesn't see any. Next up is going to be Little Chugger. Little Chugger is actually going to disappear underneath the waves, and you lose track of exactly where they are. However, they do move. And then we'll go with the Nuatu next. So the Nuatu is much more agile, as it is basically just a large turtle. And unlike the other vessels, the Nuatu can move diagonally.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of have to like turn the sail and stuff, but it just kind of like paddles around being just a large turtle. And then lastly is the Homunculus, the great metal machine. And that is going to be these two. And it's going to move 6. So the homunculus moves up next to the gold spring, and it unleashes its cannons in the direction of the gold spring. Just kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. It's got the 3 cannons on either side. And what seems to be like little, like normal cannonballs, land on the deck of the gold spring, and then like a little, some legs kind of come out from the cannonballs, and then they push up, and there's a little like fiery like jet under each of these cannonballs, and 8 mechanical eye stalk, or not 8, 4 mechanical eye stalks come out from the center of the cannonball, and it starts to hover on the deck of the ship, looking a whole lot like a mechanical small mechanical beholder. And
Awesome.
that brings us to the top of the next round. We're going to go back to our normal initiative order. Anything that you guys want to do on your turns? We'll start with Envala.
So I had a thought since we spotted that minefield. Can I use minor illusion to make it look like it's just clear ocean?
Let me think. How much does minor illusion do? Because it's a pretty big field.
It's a cantrip, so I completely understand. I think it's 5 foot square, 5 foot cube.
Yeah. So on the map,
so completely understand. It's not.
You'll see on the right side is a little. It's kind of blurry because light, but it says that each 4 squares is 120 feet. So each each square is 30 feet and not 5 feet.
Yeah.
That's for the big map. The small map uses the same ratio as normal.
Yeah, I figured it was a lot to ask, but I had to ask anyway. Okay.
15-foot cube on the other hand.
What was the size? Sorry, one more time. What was
30-foot cube?
The
30 foot.
Of the squares on the map?
30-foot square.
30-foot square. Okay. So it's 30 feet by 30 feet?
Yep.
Okay.
It's an action. We can't do our station next round, right?
That's correct.
We're just gonna
thinking.
wait.
Can I see the ship map again? Yeah.
Oh, I can move over to that.
Oh no, I was switch back.
The other ship map.
The map with all the ships. There we go. Okay, I think I'm just gonna do my station, I think.
That's totally fine. There's definitely going to be a decent number of turns here where that's just the answer. Don't feel too weird about it when it happens.
So the dread, is that would the dread's captain be within 60 feet?
Yeah, it would be within 60 feet.
Then I would like to cast Hold Person on the captain of the dread.
Oh shit. All right. So you're like are on the cannoneer deck, so you're like looking at one of the ports where the cannons stick out. Let me go ahead and roll a saving throw here. It has rolled an 18.
That's wisdom?
Yes.
Unless they've got a -3 on wisdom, they're good.
No, 18 is the total.
Okay.
Yeah, so you reach out the spell and like you can see the countenance of Zagnacrobix slowly like solidifying before he kind of shakes it off, and then he turns his icy blue stare in your direction, and his teeth tap together thoughtfully.
Yeah, it says that it gives the paralyzed action. It doesn't actually hold them in space. I was hoping it would hold them in space while the ship keeps going. So not as useful as I was thinking, but
yeah. Courtlog, anything for you?
I'm gonna hold.
All right, and then anything for 5?
I want to check the integrity of the rigging, and since we were attacked, to make sure that the steering is still functional.
Steering does seem to be functional. Only the hull itself has been damaged a bit. Other than that, though, we'll go on to the next round of ship movement. Starting with the Dilly. Where's the Dilly dice? Wow, that is a maximum value. All right, so the Dilly has rolled an 8. So it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, right next to the Dread. And then as it goes past, like multitudes of the little sailing vessels that were attached to the Dilly kind of detach and start to paddle their way over towards the Dread. And then it moves 4 more. So these are all just like very pale looking goblins, often with like weird modifications to them and kind of like screaming obscenities. It does not, however, decide to use its cannons. Next up is going to be Schonerbrat, who is actually still attached to the back of the Dilly. So when the Dilly moves, it moves. And he just seems pretty happy. He kind of like pulls the line in so that he is closer to the back of the Dilly, kind of waves to the crew of the Dread as it goes past. Tommaso and his sunglasses and white sunscreen nose is just riding it happy. Next up is going to be the Tatterdemalion. That's you guys. If you want to roll movements, that's 2d10.
Okay. Ten.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. Helmsman, move your 10. This is also when you use an action to cast Hold Person, so this is also would be a time where you could decide to shoot the cannons. But
yeah, not this round.
Yep.
Trying for something dramatic and I lost.
So if the person in my position, if I do an action, does that mean we don't move at all?
No, you just only roll once instead of twice.
You just roll once. Got it. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, you will always have the chance to move. But
okay.
If there's no helmsman, it would just go straight, or we wouldn't move.
Helmsman, you would just go straight, is I think how I would handle it.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for perception.
Yes, please do.
Only 11 this time.
11. So you don't see any specifically hidden things. However, up here on this first turn, you notice that there's like some ice floats in the middle of the water. And there's actually a. Sorry, I'm not sure why that was there. I just started seeing it moving. I'm like, that's not right.
I thought that was an island painted on the back, and so I didn't think anything of just clicking there to drag.
Right. So there is basically on this ice float is a frost giant who is a lady frost giant. She's got standing next to a like stack of ice cubes that are each like this big. And she's kind of holding one in one hand and tossing them up and down. She looks really happy about whatever is about to come next.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, I think that's all of your guys' turn. We will go on to the Umiyowaru next. The Umi will roll its dice. And it has rolled a 10. Where is the Umiyowaru? Umiyowaru is right here. So it's going to go 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Umiyowaru and its sword-shaped vessel rams straight into the side of the homunculus. It is going to make an attack roll and see if it can pierce it. And it rolls really badly. So the homunculus, like the helmsman of the homunculus, manages to kind of scoot up just in time, and they kind of go right through and right past, and end up landing next to the gold spring. Next up is the Dread, which is right next to the Dilly. And they have rolled a 9. The Dread is going to come up and move right next to you guys, seeing that you're in the lead. And down in navigation, and Vala, you notice that there's some people on the outside of the ship that are swimming over in your direction. These are skeletons that have, like, for some reason, they have snorkel gear on, but it's clearly not doing anything for them. And they're just kind of like swimming through the area, and they've like attached themselves to the side of your vessel, and are trying to like bang their way through the glass in the navigation area.
Beware borders! Beware borders!
Let me see if I can get my token browser to show me some skeletons. Really? There's only Minotaur skeletons? What?
Random.
Extra scary.
Swarm of undead. You know what?
Undead snakes?
Don't worry about the name. See? It's just undead. I should have double checked that. What did I use last time? Can't remember. All right, that is the Dread's turn. It looks like they're also reloading. Next up is the Gold Spring. And so the Gold Spring, let's go back over to the big map. The Gold Spring is the Duchess kind of like turns to the side as they make their roll for the turn. They're only going to move 4 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4. But as they go past the Umiyowaru, the Duchess unleashes a massive breath of flame on the Umiyowaru. And it is going to attempt to dodge around that. They actually do make their saving throw and will only take half of the normal damage. So they take 13 damage. As the Duchess just like, there's like parts of it that are now aflame. Some of the tabaxi are kind of like, fighting off the fires. Things are looking a little rough over there. Next up is going to be Little Chugger's turn. You have no idea where they are, but they're moving. Chugging away. And then the Nuwaksu is going to go. And they move 6 this time. Once again, they can move diagonally. They seem to be avoiding all the other vessels at any given moment. Um, the druids on the back of this giant turtle just kind of are huddled towards the center and are looking fearful in the direction of pretty much everything. And then last up is the homunculus, which is going to make its roll. They are moving 7. So aboard the Gold Spring on this turn, the metal beholderettes start to wreak havoc. They're attacking the crew, although they are being fought back decently well. Let's see. We are now up to the next crew round, so I will switch over to the Tatterdemalion. We're going to go in strict initiative order because there's more stuff going on this round. So, Envala, you're up first.
Okay. The undead are still outside.
They're still outside, but they're banging on the glass. Kind of. I will say that you're also totally allowed to prepare an action.
Got any spells that can affect them?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have Sword Burst, which says it creates a momentary circle of spectral blades that sweep around me. Would they go through the glass and hit the skeletons, or would they be stopped by the wall of the ship?
Let me read. See.
It calls them spectral blades.
Yes, this is, calls them spectral blades, but it says all other creatures, so it does not discriminate normally between friend or foe, so I think that would include your vessel.
Okay. Won't do that then. Pretty sure that's how I downed you last week. Okay. Can I see the big map again?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Go on the offense.
Okay. I would like to cast Melf's Minute Meteors.
Ooh.
And
right.
6 little meteors start circling around my head. And then, do I have to go up onto the deck to use that to shoot them at another ship? Or can I see through the...
You'd have to move to the Cannoneer deck, because you're below the surface level right now, and there's no exit from where you're at.
Okay, well then I will go up to the cannon level so that I can see the dread.
All right, so the little hash lines, those are the stairs in the center of the ship. The big circle in the middle is basically the main mast that goes all the way down through the vessel. So you can move onto the stairs and then take another 5 feet to basically move up to the next level or down to the lower level, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so can you get me there?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think put you next to a gun port where you can see all of them.
Perfect.
I just put those on
So
that spot there over here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering. Okay. But, I'll just take the opportunity to warn people, in case you didn't hear me, that there's skeletons trying to board the ship, which I am ignoring. I'm going to shoot 2 of my meteors at the dread. Let's see, which is a dex save.
Oh, it's a saving throw. Okay.
It is.
It feels like it should be a ranged attack, but that's fine.
It does. I was looking for it, and I was like, oh no, it says it's a dex save.
bring up the dread stats here. All right. So it's 2 different saving throws for each one for each missile.
Yeah.
It has rolled a 9 and a 5.
Fail and fail. So that means for each creature within 5 feet of the point where the meteor explodes, I don't know how you want to rule that, but and the creature takes.
We have a third map.
Because, like, it says the creature should be making the saving throw, but I don't know.
Yeah. So if you look at the map of the dread, you guys are off to the left side. So let's assume somewhere kind of on the left side of the dread. I'm not going to put down all of its crews because that would be way too much memory for me to manage. But let's assume that each of its stations is manned.
Okay. So the steering position, and then what's the other one in the middle?
That's the cannoneer position.
Cannoneer. Okay, so I'll aim my meteors there at those 2 stations.
Got it. Okay, so then the 2 skeletal crew members will also be making saving throws. The first one's a 14. The second one is 16. All right. So first one will be, I guess, the navigation. So go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay, so this is for the first meteor. So that's 4 plus 1, so that's 5 fire damage. Or half as much on a save. But the second one was the one that saved, right?
The second one was the one that saved, yep.
Okay, and so then the second meteor, 7 fire damage.
All right. So the ship is going to take 12 damage, and then the helmsperson will take 5, and the other one will take 4.
Cool. And then I will just say, somebody should probably, go navigate.
You have completely abdicated your position.
Yeah.
All right. Next up in initiative order is going to be Courtland.
I have 6, so I have 4 left.
Great. Okay. Yes.
And I can toss 1 or 2 as a bonus action.
Concerned about these undead at the bottom of the ship. They haven't attacked the ship yet.
I mean, they're punching the glass in the navigation area. Mm-hmm. So they are. I haven't rolled damage yet, but they're definitely planning to attack it.
Right. I would probably have to. Can I see them from there? From where I am?
I am gonna say that probably yes. Especially after Invala gave you the heads up that they're down there. They're they're pretty low actually. You probably don't have line of sight, but you probably have some idea of where they're located.
Would I be? I don't know. I'm not really a fighter. I can't really do that. I'm going to give 5 Bardic Inspiration.
All right.
And then.
In what way are you going to inspire 5?
Going to bring out the war gong and just do a big hit on the war gong. And hopefully that's pretty inspiring from the mast. And then what I want to do, but I don't think what makes sense, is to jump down.
I mean, you can
go up down. Go to the side arm and then jump down into the water and fight these undead. But I don't think that's good for this character. As a bard.
What kind of turtle are you?
I am a soldier. Yeah, you know what? I think I would like to do that. I would like to walk out onto the sidearm and then drop down the side of the ship into the water.
Let's see. So you're falling a pretty decent, but you're also landing in the water. So I'm not going to rake you roll for like falling damage. So let's go ahead and move Courtlug. I'm going to put you just like right there. And because you've landed on the top, that is going to use basically all your movement to get there. Well, unless you want to double move.
Well, I would be in the water, right? I'd be off the side of the ship. So wouldn't I be in the water line?
Yes. I haven't really thought about. I was thinking that the side of the ship is the surface of the water.
Okay,
Maybe
well, I
this
was up
makes
in the
more sense.
lookout, so I assume I'm like 20 feet above the deck, right? And the ship has sidearms.
Cannons are
big
above the
arms.
water.
Yeah.
So if I walk along those and then just jump straight down to the water.
Yeah, that's what I've got you at. So you're in the
Okay.
water now.
Cool. And then I would just attack one of the. Would I attack or would I? I don't have any good spells for like 3.
Kill the skeletons again.
I think I just need to get rid of these skeletons. Yeah, I'll just attack the nearest one with my
So
long
hold on. Are
sword.
you attacking with a longsword?
Mm-hmm.
So
Or
you
maybe
you
that
do.
would.
Yeah, you will have a disadvantage on making an attack roll in water with a melee weapon.
Okay.
A spell
What
would
if I
not
use my
have that.
claws?
I
Claws
think
would still be disadvantaged because it's in water.
you know what? Because you're a turtle, I'll let you
I'm a
make your attack
turtle.
with the claws without
Okay.
disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Nice.
Alright, so that's +4. 12 plus 4, 16.
12 is just going to hit. So you basically reach down and smash at one of the heads of the undead below you. Go ahead and roll damage.
So I don't have a d6 out, so I'll just do this. Ugh. 3.
3. So you don't manage to get a great claw at it, but it does kind of like tilt the head back and cause it to look up at you. It seems, as much as a skeleton can seem, surprised that it's being attacked from above. Anything else on your turn? I think that's all of your
I think
action.
that's all I can do. Yep.
All right.
That's it.
Pierre. Or wait, no, sorry, 5. You're up next.
All right. Did we lose our chance to shoot the cannons?
No. That's
Alright,
still coming up.
I'm gonna stomp on the deck from the steering wheel and shout, "Get that firepower ready!" and do my best to angle us so that the cannons on the side that the dread are lined up well.
That's great.
I think I'll use my movement to get over to the mast and tie a thick rope around it and throw it down over the side for when Courtlug is done and wants to come back up.
Oh, awesome. I love it.
Smart.
So go ahead and move yourself over to the mast. I will draw a little like rope to remind ourselves that it's
Nice.
sort of like that. Why
Yeah.
not?
When he shakes it, I'll come back over and help out.
Awesome. Let's see. And then next up will be Pierre.
Pierre is going to stick his fingers in his ears and then use his mage hand to trigger both of the cannons on the right side of the vessel.
All right. Go ahead and give me an athletics or an agility check. So you'll fire one by default, and if you make a 15, you will fire 2.
Okay, so that's an acrobatics check?
Yeah, acrobatics. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, Jesus. 10.
10. All right. So you will fire one cannon, and I assume you're firing at the dread.
Yes, at the dread.
Awesome. Go ahead and make a d20 roll and add 6.
There you go.
Okay, that's going to be 22.
Great. You hit. Roll 3d6 damage.
3d6.
Do you need D6s?
And 3d6, apparently. And 8 plus 6. 14.
14. Very good. So the dread has taken another 14 damage. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. I will go back to the Tatterdemalion ship, and we'll say that you've used up one cannon is currently not loaded.
Okay. It's an action to reload a cannon? Is that
Yes. It is also an action to reload. Same deal, though. You can reload 2 if you make a high agility check.
Gotcha.
Sorry, acrobatics check. All right. Anything else? Pierre.
That is all Pierre has.
Great. All right, then.
And run. Actually, wait, we have no steering, so we're just going to go straight into land if we roll well on the navigation. So Pierre actually is going to like run to the wheel now that he's done that.
Oh, would I have had enough movement to go back? That's what I meant to do.
No, so that's not the right staircase. Oh no, yeah, it is. I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah, I think that'll work.
6.
I think I've got 6 movement, right?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3,
3, 4, 5. Well, that'd be 4, and then 5 to get there.
Yep. 5 would not have had enough movement. Because you used an action to tie a rope and throw it over the edge.
Okay.
You could have moved part of the way back.
Smart. Yeah, might as well take advantage of that movement.
Yeah.
And then see, so Bardic Inspiration, I've never used that before. Is that a bonus action? How does that work?
Bardic Inspiration is a bonus action, yes.
Okay, so I will hand that out to Invalia on the way past, I think.
Okay.
Not the most offensive power here.
How exactly does Pierre and the mime inspire someone?
Oh, that's a great question. In this specific instance, running past, I think he does runs a little faster than it looks like he should, so that it's like he's floating a little bit on the way past, and then just tips his hat on the way out.
And then finishes running backwards.
Yeah, he kind of moonwalks over there.
For some reason, it's really inspiring to me.
All right.
Awesome. What's that? 6?
My Bardic Inspiration is a D8 at level 6.
D8.
So
okay, cool. Thank you.
that will
This will remind me.
I will mark that off.
All right. So moving on, it is now the Ice Giant's turn. I will move the map over to Bertha Bay. So the Frost Giant, I should say, not Ice Giant, it hoists one of its giant ice cubes and chucks it in your general direction, the general direction of you and the Dread. It doesn't seem to be able to quite get all the way to you, but it does leave an icy berg, as it were, in the ground nearby.
Good thing somebody's steering us.
Yep.
All right. Back to ship movement. We will start with the Dilly, since they had the highest initiative roll earlier, and they are rolling their d8s. They've only rolled a 3 this time. So Dilly has not seemed to notice the mines and just kind of goes 1, 2, and then they're so big that the ship just kind of like partially plows through where the mines are. You can't actually tell if like they didn't see it or if they decided that they didn't care. This vessel is very large. Multiple of the mines explode on the side of it. Although I should make a saving throw to see how bad this is. They fail their save. They take full damage from impact with a handful of mines. Multiple of the pale-skinned fuelings just like dive off the ship at the last minute as the explosions occur. The ship is looking a little worse for wear, but honestly not that bad. Tommaso follows along behind it as part of their movement because he's harpooned. And then his turn, he's actually going to detach his harpoon and decide to move by himself for the moment. He's rolled a 5, and so he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and is now currently in the lead. He gives a little salute in the direction of Zagnacrobix on top of manning the dread as he goes past. Next up is the Tatterdemalion. So, Invala, you're not in navigation at the moment, but since no one else is, why don't you just go ahead and roll the navigation roll?
Okay, and I just get 1 this time, right?
Just get 1, yep.
6.
6, all right. I believe Pierre is currently at the helm. How would Pierre like to move you?
3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, and there's the icy area to your side, but you've managed to move adjacent to it without problems. There's nobody in the crow's nest to do that action, so no additional perception checks. And Courtlug, you're just sort of grabbing onto the rope that 5 threw down so that you're not you're kind of like being pulled along by it. All of the undead are just locally holding on to the ship as they're trying to smack into the navigation window down below. Let's see.
Now that we're a little bit closer, what do I see up around the cape here? Because I see an iceberg with an ice giant on it and a little like spout of land there. What's that between it? What's the how to make a little?
Not sure what you're referring to. You mean like just this, like?
Yeah, that shape there. Yeah, that little pass there. Is that passable?
That is a thin layer of ice on the top of the water. So you could decide to like try to do an icebreaker maneuver and go through it, but that would risk hull and potentially speed. But it might be faster depending on how well you navigate. Or sorry, how well you helmet.
Yes.
Otherwise, it is assumed that you would have to go around the long way. Let's see. Speaking of icebreakers, the Umiyowaru is going to go next. They're dagger-shaped ship. Roll once, roll twice, and they have rolled a 12 this time. They're a little behind, and so they decide to not try to make an attack on anyone, and instead they're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and they just zoom up past most of the other ships over next to the Schonerbret, though it's still a little bit of the ways behind you. They don't have any other special things they're doing. Next up is going to be the Dread's turn. Dread is going to roll their d10. They have rolled a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They've decided they're just going to leave whichever members of the crew are currently trying to break into your windows and are just going to try to pass you up.
Cold-hearted.
I mean, they are undead.
They don't even have a heart, technically. Next up is the Gold Spring. We're going to roll to see if Duchess gets her breath weapon back. She does not. And then they're going to move. And they are going to move 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's no cannons on the Gold Spring. The only ranged weapon they seem to have is the Duchess's breath attack. So it just moves up and nothing else happens. The Duchess herself has just like crunched down with her jaws on one of the metallic beholder at things that's on there. She is seems to be a little annoyed that she can't swallow it, and she just kind of spits it off the edge of the ship. Next up, somewhere, little Chugger is moving.
We're going to get to the end. Little Chugger's just going to have been hanging out there for
like
the last 10 minutes.
All right. And then we have the Nuatu. Wow, snake eyes.
Poor little turtle.
Yeah, it seems to have just like it's very wary of what's going on ahead of it. Then the homunculus. Roll a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the homunculus pulls up next to the Umiowaru. They're pretty much ignoring Sean and Brett because it's too small. And they're shooting a full broadside of cannons in the direction of the Umiowaru. The first cannonball that gets there, the captain of the Umiowaru goes and stands right in its way. And at the moment right before that it would seem to impact the ship, she just pulls out a katana and slices the cannonball in half, the 2 bits going off to the sides past her before quickly and gracefully resheathing her katana. One of the cannonballs does manage to hit, though, and do a little bit of damage to the Umiowaru. I think that's everyone. So we'll go back to aboard the vessel. So at the beginning of this round, the skeletons are going to take their turn. Sorry, the undead. I will switch back over to that map. All right, so one of them is currently engaged in melee range with Portlug, and it's just going to abandon its smashing on the window to kind of look up in your direction. And at first you think it's going to like try to punch you as well, but it actually just spits out a corrosive stream of acid in your direction, kind of fills the water in the area that you're in. And I need you to make a actually this is an attack roll. It will roll with disadvantage. That is going to be a 16 to hit.
18 or 19 with my shield.
Awesome. So you kind of like paddle off to the side. A little bit of it like sizzles onto your shell, but nothing that your shell can't handle. The other 2 undead are going to try to make headway in smashing the glass. They both deal some amount of damage, and there is now a crack that is forming in the lower section here. Let's try and blue. So there's just a bit of water that has started to flow through this crack into the lowest part of the ship.
Oh.
After their turns, however, it is now Invala's turn.
Okay. So I'm at the cannon, so I can use my action to use the cannons, right?
Yes.
And I can use a bonus action to throw more of my meteors if I am in range. Is the dread 120 feet from where I am? Can I hit it again?
Yeah, it is 120 feet away exactly.
20. Yep.
Cool.
Hit it.
Okay, cool. I will go ahead and use my bonus action to throw 2 more meteors at the dread. Same positions,
Okay.
I think, as last time.
I will first make a saving throw for the ship 2 times. 15 and 7.
15 makes it, 7 fails.
Okay.
Okay, so so that's 4 fire damage for the first one. Halved would be 2. And 7 fire damage for the second one.
9, okay. All right, and then for the 2 crew member at those places, the first one will roll 13, and the second one is 15. So that's one.
So the
success and
first
one
one
failure.
fails, the second one succeeds.
All right, so that's 4 more damage to that guy, and then half of 9 is 4.
Half of 7.
Half of 7. All right. Yeah, so the 2 undeadsmen at their positions are kind of like on fire a little bit now from the heat of your missiles. But they're just kind of ignoring it and continue doing their thing. Whatever that is.
And I'll use my action to use the cannon that's loaded.
All right, go ahead and roll that. So that is going to be a d20 plus 6.
Plus 6.
13 plus 6, so that's 19.
19 will hit. Roll 3d6 damage.
8. 2. And 8.
8. All right, let's see here. So yeah, you have made a fairly decent dent in the dread at this point, but you can't help but notice that like the bones that represent that are it's made of its hull is made of bones, and they occasionally seem to like knit back together into a slightly healthier looking position. It's definitely though less good off than it was before. That is now both cannons on that side have been used up. Anything else in your turn, Lala?
Can I see the
Ship map.
I think I will run back down to yeah, I'll run back down to my position previously, the navigator spot. And then go, oh shit, there's water coming in, guys. Anybody have any repair tools?
Yeah, the water at this moment is only about like an inch deep. So it's not impacting your ability to move. But obviously if it gets deeper, it will become more difficult.
Yeah.
All right.
Larger than 1 foot in any dimension.
Courtlug, your turn.
How big is the crack in the glass?
Oh, it's sorry. It is let's say it's about it's like a hairline fracture, but it's about like a foot and a half tall.
Alrighty. I'm going to cast Bane on the 3 skeletons. So hopefully they can do less damage in the near future.
Awesome. I will start with the one that you wounded. That is a 4.
15, charisma save 15.
Okay. That's 1 failure, 2 failures, and a nat 20. So 2 of them are just like a little pall sort of descends over them in the water, and then one of them though it just kind of gives you like a thumbs up with its skeletal hand, like it's not letting you get it down, and then kind of turns back to its smacking away at your at the glass on the navigation side. Movement and bonus action.
Roll back up the I'm okay staying here, I think, for a little while. I don't know what I have for a bonus action. Can I see any of my teammates? I can see Invala, I think, through the glass, or
Yeah, you can definitely see Invala through the glass.
all right, I'm gonna do a bardic inspiration. I'm gonna say what's it? I'm gonna say tis but us crack. we no worries.
Jeremy,
I'm Australian
am I
lately.
able to have two of those? Because I have.
Oh, you already have one?
I have one, but it's
Yeah.
No, you're
from
not.
here.
No, you
so
can't have two
Okay.
different bardic inspirations.
Yeah.
And I
So
can't
save it.
see- And I can't see Pierre, can I?
No.
Okay. Well, any other bonus action? That's not. No. So I have small bonus actions. So I guess I'm just gonna hang out here.
All right, with some Bane undead and one that's just way too happy about its job.
Mhm.
All right, up next is Five's turn.
Boy. Can you show me our position on the big map?
Yep. Yeah, you could also
All
just
right.
like try to climb up to the scarecrow position or the lookout position if you want to, or you can move back to do other things, whatever.
I think I'll yell over to Pierre and mime at him at the same time. Pierre, do we need eyes above or ammo below?
I would say point down.
All right, I'm gonna do
Point down.
an acrobatic dive down below and attempt to reload that bottom right cannon.
Okay, you go downstairs, go ahead and move your character, and then give me an acrobatics check. If you succeed, you'll reload both cannons. It's a DC 15.
Roll high.
18 plus 9.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yes.
So you quickly just like scamper around, like loading one thing in there, quickly going over to the other and putting it in like you've been doing this your entire life. Let me go ahead and glue those cannons back up to show that they're ready to fire. That's your action for the round. Still a bonus action if you have anything you want to do with that.
I think I'll stay.
Awesome. All right. Next up is going to be Pierre.
Pierre is going to move 15 feet over to the rail, casually look over, and seeing the skeletons there, do a little like shoosh, shoosh motion, and cast fear on them.
Oh,
That is a 30-foot cone. I believe that will hit all of them from where I am.
Yeah, does that only affect enemies?
Great question. I don't really care, but
Oh,
must succeed on each creature. Yeah, no.
all right. We'll start with the three skeletons, but Courtlug, while you're sitting there on the rope, you look up, and to your horror is the mime, Pierre, shushing you away from the boat. So we're also going to need you to make I guess it's a wisdom save, right?
Yes, it's wisdom 15 you need to hit.
All right. I'll do the two Bane Skellies first. That fails. Bane Skelly number 2. Oh, that mega fails. And then normal Skelly, the one that was totally K a second ago, also now feared. Both times the Bane caused them to, well, except the second one got like a 1. But like Bane was critical there. Um, all right, so the 3 skeletons, like which are hammering away, look up, and I'm trying to imagine that the motion you're doing causing them fear, and because I can't, I think they're probably just afraid of mimes, right? And they've just realized what you are.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense.
Be in a box.
Like maybe they died in a miming accident, you know? And so they all just kind of like stop hammering away on the ship and let go. And as soon as they let go, they're no longer connected to the boat, and so when the boat moves, they're not going to move with it. Courtlug, did you make your saving throw?
Oh no.
All right. So ditto for Courtlug. I'm going to say that, so it doesn't immediately cause you to move. But I think since you failed your save, you lose your hold on the rope that's right there. So this could have ramifications later on. All right.
It's could be real bad.
I mean, he could just go get on another ship and cause havoc.
Yeah, them shattering the window would have also been bad, though. So, on balance.
Yeah. All right. So, anything else on your turn, Pierre?
I'm going to move back towards the steering wheel and use the rest of my motion to get back into position.
Okay, the other 15 feet. Excellent. All right, so you're still helming.
Yep, still at the helm.
It's the end of the combat round. Let me go over to the big map. The frost giant is looking even more happy. She picks up another giant ice cube and chucks it this time in the direction of the Dread, who is currently in the lead. And they're now within range, and she beams it straight. So the ice cube just nails it right in the mast. It is going to take some damage.
Turtle shell in Mario Kart. You don't want to be in first place.
Yeah, literally the blue cube. That is 20 frost damage to the Dread, which does put it into quote unquote bloodied. I guess that's floundering. So it's not. It's actually starting to look pretty worn up. The ice cube also lands in the same square and acts as a persistent hazard. All right. So she lets out a big picks up another cube and is getting ready to throw it. All right. That is that. And now we will go on to the other ships. First of all is the Dilly. The Dilly rolls an 8 for movement. 1, 2, 3, 4. They absolutely ram right into this ice cube. They'll try to
going through the minefield
and fail. The Dilly will then take some damage from it, which is very piddly. And then because they failed their saving throw, they have to stop right where they hit it. But they do take a bit of damage. At this point, there's like the cannons on the Dilly are just kind of pointed in a bunch of random directions, and you can see now that you're really close to them that the total crew on here is like 40 people, maybe more. Most of the other ships, it's like in the 5 to 10 range. And so a couple of the fuelings have climbed into the cannons. And they shoot in the direction of your ship. So this is going to be 2 of them. The first one, a fueling wearing a big metal helmet. Luckily for the fueling, it only rolled a 14 to hit, which I think misses.
Mm-hmm.
It goes straight over the ship and lands in the water nearby. The second one is a natural 20, which is bad for both you and the fueling in the cannon. So that is going to be a critical hit. It is going to do 66 damage to your ship, as well as 66 damage to the cannonball.
Oh no!
That is 14 plus 11 is 25 damage. So this one is going to, it hits the mast like right near to where Pierre was just at. And unlike a normal cannonball, which would like, simply deal damage to the thing, this one actually explodes into pasty white bits of fueling as it lands. And then it's not really going to cause a hazard, but it's real gruesome. So it does not survive the impact. You do swear that you hear right before it lands and hits the mast, a little fueling voice going, "Witness me!"
Okay, what was that?
Let's see, so that was 25. All right. Up next is going to be Shunabrat. Tommaso on his little schooner seems to be appreciative of how fast the Umiyawaru has just moved, and so he's just going to harpoon himself now to the bladed ship instead of any of the others, and it's just chilling there. And then it is the Tatterdemalian's turn. So I can't remember, was someone in navigation?
I am in the navigation spot because I went back down there, but I used my action to shoot a cannon.
That's right. So there's no one in the crow's nest, navigation. Pierre also used an action, so there's just basic rolls here.
Okay.
Let me go back to the big map. Go ahead and roll it to D10. Yeah?
Can I use my bardic inspiration on movement, on the ship's movement?
Sure. Why not?
Cool.
Let's do it.
Okay.
So the movement die was 4, inspiration was 3, so that's 7.
All right. Go ahead and I guess Pierre, you're not actually. Okay, you're just moving straight. So the last movement you guys did was.
Oh, you have to have an action? I thought you just had to be at the station.
No, you have to have an action to use a station.
No, maybe I shouldn't have used that inspiration then. Whoopsie.
4. All right, so you are going to come head to head. A very exciting moment where you come in towards the dread, which has just been hit by an iceberg. I'm going to have you make, and then Kara, you're going to do this. You're going to make an attack roll to ram the dread.
Okay. So D20 plus...
Nothing.
Plus nothing, okay. 4.
4. No. Right. So, for better or for worse, you do not manage to hit there. There's no one helming the ship, so you're going to have to make a save. You just automatically fail your save to avoid the ice cube. So you will take 2d8 damage.
Oh no.
Which is 7 more ice damage to the ship.
Okay.
And then you're going to go right on past. Actually, since you hit that, you'll just stop there. So you are now currently kind of sharing the space with the dread. Actually, I'll just say you bounce off because I don't like you guys sharing spaces like that. And you're just right next to it. At this point, Courtlug. Where is Courtlug? Courtlug is now in the water where you guys were, and still next to the 3 skeletons who are currently afraid of Pierre. Um, great.
Swimmer.
Awesome. All right, next up is going to be the Umioaru. Umioaru is going to roll its d12s. And it rolled 12 again, which is
Dang.
nutso. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, actually, no, they're ice breaking. They're just going to go straight through. Sorry, we're here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So as the Umioaru and their great bladed front end cuts into the ice, they just carve a channel next to them as they move without seeming to have to slow down. Shonobret, who is attached to the back, also gets pulled through as they move. And Tommaso gives Courtlug a confused little smile as he goes past, like, hey man, you get yourself bored, dude. And then
There's no way I could do anything while they're passing me, right? Because it's not my turn.
No,
Grab
'cause
on.
you've already done
Okay.
stuff, so I'm gonna say no. Um, all right, next up is the Dread. Let's see what is going on there. All right, so they're just moving at this point. And they move one entire square. That's it. You do, however, see that they are currently reloading their cannons. And now we're over to the Gold Spring. The Duchess is going to check to see if she gets her fire weapon back. And she does. And then they are going to move. Wait, I'm 18, they're 18. 1 second. Yes. And they will move 9 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The frost giant seems really unhappy to see a red dragon getting close to her, and she levies her like next ice cube in that direction. However, the Duchess, who has just gotten her fire weapon back, is in range of the tatterdemalion, and is going to decide to breathe fire on it. There's no one currently helming the ship, so you're just going to take the full fire damage, which is 5d6.
5d6?
Yes.
Oof.
It's not a great roll. It's only going to be 16 damage.
What are we at?
Let's see. 39.
Less than half. We are
Oh, yeah.
floundering ourselves now.
Yep.
All right. Next up is going to be Little Chugger, who is moving somewhere beneath the waves. They're chugging away. And then Nuatu will go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They'll just kind of go over there. Everyone is in a big clot right in the center here.
Yep.
And then, is that everyone? Oh, the homunculus. The homunculus will go. And they're going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Wait, do they get to move? Do they get to move horizontal or?
I used
Sorry,
2
what?
movements to move that way, not one.
Gotcha.
So they just go there. Awesome. Let's go back into character turns. So The skeletons are that are near to Courtlug just start swimming in all different directions, trying to get away from where they sense their source of fear is. Let's go back over to the Tattership. So they're just Wah! In fact, why don't we just have a little side area up here for Courtlug and the skeletons?
Like Alaska and Hawaii.
Yeah, a little insert.
I mean, they are obligated to move away from me at max movement speed, but no other. Right? Isn't that the fear of what frightened does?
No, they have to. They just they cannot move closer to you, and as long as they're within visual range of you, they are at disadvantage, and I don't think they're going to attack you either. But in this case, I'm just going to have them. I guess I'll have them move sort of this way, since it's away from where the ship was just going. And then at the end of their turn, do they get to make another save?
I think that's how it is. They save against frightened. What is exactly right there?
Oh, I think they must have changed this spell when.
Yeah, it looks like you did a bit.
Because it definitely says they have to dash away from you now.
Yeah, wisdom saving throw or drop whatever he's holding and have the frightened condition. The frightened creature takes the dash action, moves away from you by the safest route on each of its turns. So it's going to move.
Okay, so since it's not within line of sight of you at the moment, they will remake their saving throws. They are, however, still baned. So that's a failure. 17 minus 3 is 14. Thank you, Bane. And then the last one, which was not baned, rolls a 5. So they're all still afraid. And Vala, it is your turn.
Okay. Let me switch to the map.
Oh, yes.
And can I see the big map?
Mm-hmm.
Use an action. It seems like you don't get to use the apparatus.
Yeah.
Oh, you still have. Ooh.
I do. Yeah, you're right. But I have to go up in order to be able to use them because I'm on the bottom right now.
Yeah. Well, it is a bonus action, but yeah.
But I use all my movement to go up, and then not at
the helm, but you could if they can't use the cannons there.
Yeah.
So
I think movement is important right now.
Yeah. Or if you could move to the repair station, if you could get all the way to the repair station, that might be the best bet actually. But going fast doesn't matter if we sink.
Yeah, but I don't think I can use. I don't think I have enough movement to get to the repair station unless I dash, and that uses my action, which means I can't.
But that's fine. But actually, you're right. You need to go repair. So
right.
Yeah.
Right.
But still, use your yeah.
So frustrating. Yeah, I think I'm just going to use my action to do my station for movement.
All right. Anything for your bonus or movement?
I'm just going to be putting my hands up against the glass where the water is coming in, and Leggy's going to do the same thing with his little legs.
Yeah, he doesn't have hands, so he doesn't get a lot of coverage with the tips of his legs.
It's basically like
that. Okay. So you're navigating on this round. Courtlug, you are currently afeared, so I'm basically just going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw to try to end the fear effect on yourself.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Sadly, no.
All right, so you are pretty much still just in the water with your undead buddies for this round, I think.
Using the
5, it's
dash
your turn.
action.
Yeah, you just dash like one additional overmap square away. So let me go ahead and switch to Bertha Bay. I'll just say you go to there now.
I'm not within 30 feet of the cantankerous dilly, am I?
No, you're 60 feet from it.
Are we in range of anyone with the cannons?
Let's see. Yeah, you're within range of a lot of people of the cannons. Dread, Homunculus, Gold Spring, Dilly. I'm going to say you probably can't hit the Nuwachu from where you are because you'd have to shoot through the Dilly, but
Many of those cannons can I jump between if I use my feline agility to double my speed?
feline agility isn't going to let you shoot more than 2 cannons.
Okay.
But you can still shoot at least one and then try to shoot a second one by making your acrobatics check.
And so far, just the Dread has attacked us, or have other ships?
I mean, the Gold Spring broke used its breath weapon. Duchess used her breath weapon on you.
All right, I'm gonna go both forward aft cannons, one to the Gold Spring, one to the Dread, if I can.
Go ahead and make your acrobatics check.
Is that my this game is for vegetables right now? Or did you?
I haven't actually.
So it's clean. I use it for my.
Sure. Receive. Yep. That works. Use this small critical. Let's just watch.
Yep. That was a 22.
22. So you successfully shoot both cannons. Go ahead and tell me which one you're shooting first.
I'm gonna shoot towards Dread first.
All right. Go ahead and roll d20 plus 6. Sorry, what was that?
14.
14. Let's see, against the Dread. That will hit.
Is anybody steering?
I am.
Oh, good.
Not taking an action this turn.
So go ahead and roll 3d6 damage for that. What?
Wow.
What's happening?
Is he
I can't do
sharpening
that.
his camera?
That's what it looked like to me.
18. I rolled 3 6s.
Wow. Wow. That's real good. I mean, for you. So yeah, the cannon levied at the Dread just manages to tear a complete hole through one part of it, and like a little cannon a skeleton sticks its head out of the hole in the hull and is like, "What the heck is going on?" Go ahead and make the attack on the Gold Spring now. D20 plus 6.
Nine.
9 is not going to hit, sadly. This one goes and hits the water nearby, and the Duchess exhales a little curl of annoyed smoke in your direction. All right, over here. Okay, and then anything else on your turn?
Hmm.
Did Portland do anything, or was you just afraid? That's it.
No, he didn't manage to make a save, so he's still patting on the guy.
That sucks.
Yup.
Take a bonus action to dash. Can I get to the repair station?
Let's see.
That's
One,
fine.
two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you can definitely get to the repair station.
Rogues.
More,
Rogues, man.
which repairs are more imminent, down at the repair glass or up at the repair station?
So the water is slowly leaking in, but like the skeletons didn't manage to do a ton of damage to that glass. So
Okay. I know we've taken some hits, so I think I'm going to go to that repair station.
awesome.
Yes. That would be good.
I'll dash up there using my cunning action.
Such cunning, very action.
Start rifling through my coat for my smith's tools, which
Awesome.
might help me out up here.
Absolutely. Pierre, your turn.
Pierre is going to hunker down next to the wheel, alert and ready for the surge of speed that comes as soon as our turn arrives.
Great. I would like to take a short break for bathroom breaks and food. Because you guys are all eating, or some of you are, and I'm like, man, that sounds great. It is currently 2:40 by my clock. Maybe back in 20 minutes at 3.
Okay.
Sounds good. Awesome.
Sounds good.
Also, I would like to remind Pierre that fear is a concentration spell, and you can drop concentration if you want.
Oh, why would I do that? Yeah, no, let's drop concentration. I think that's quite reasonable.
Mhm.
And if I don't use an action, I can use a bonus action to use my inspiration on 5.
I think 5,
So I'm going to do that.
is 5 already inspired? I think 5 is already inspired by Quartlock.
Is she?
Yeah, like a second round or something of.
Well, I've only used 1 bardic inspiration.
Yeah, but we have 2 bards.
Portland tried to inspire me, but I already had one. And I don't think he could see 5.
It was the previous turn. He inspired 5.
Inspired 5, like second round.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And which means 5 has a mote of inspiration floating above her head right now.
Nice.
All right, cool stuff. Food and bathrooms, though. Back in a bit.
Oh, potential. A mote of potential. All right, cool.
We are here.
We are, in fact, back. Let's see everyone. Sweet.
It's ridiculous how, oh crap. Ridiculous how busy this map is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially because this is, my second time doing it, and it's different this time. Very interestingly different. Let's see. We just finished Pierre's turn. Make sure I've got everything recording. Great. Everyone ready? Looks like everyone's ready.
I'm ready.
Ready.
Great. So next up is going to actually be the Frost Giant's turn. Frosty, she turns and seems to be very angry at two different things. And she's kind of like thumbing her chin and considering her options. First of all, she does not like the fire that the Duchess is spewing around. But she also really doesn't like that the Umiyowaru has just sliced through some of her icy sheet. I think I'm just going to roll evens and odds here. And she's decided to take her ire out on the Umiyowaru. She hoists yet another giant ice cube and hucks it in the direction of the Umiyowaru. Himiko once again walks over to the edge, just like deflecting a cannonball, and slices through the ice cube with her katana, enraging the frost giant even further. Bits of ice go and smack into the land next to where she is. And Himiko gives a little smirk as this occurs. The frost giant starts stomping her feet and looking very agitated. And now we're into ship movement. So first of all, we will have the Dilly go. And to describe the Dilly a little bit better, it's got a giant smokestack in the center of its ship with a bunch of fuelings shoveling coal constantly into it. In front of the smokestack is a throne that has Raving Maxine, the captain of the Dilly, in it, and she's got like a lot of like tubes connected to her back, and she's got like a pale face and sort of thin hair. It's a fueling woman, and sorry, not a fueling, a drow woman, and she is constantly like yelling commands at the troops as she's going. She will, her ship will roll to move. That is an 8. So she goes beep beep. I'm the Dilly, and starts just womp, 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 womp. She doesn't think that she doesn't give a shit. She's gonna just go straight into the ice. It doesn't really work out for the Dilly. There's a small gap made by the Umiyowaru that has cut cut a path that's large enough for a normal size ship. The Dilly is just way too big, and it just kind of crunches into the ice sheet, slowly destroying it as she passes. But she's not making very much headway. She does take some additional ice damage. Really not all that much. And I think on that, and then on her turn, she's also going to be reloading her cannons. We will then go over to Tommaso on the Schonerbrat, who is out in front and or not out in front, but is attached to the lead ship, and so he's looking pretty happy. He kind of pulls himself all nice and tight up to the back side of it. He needs them to cut through the ice to make his traversal easier, so he's just living at large. Um,
Isn't going to parry him?
What's that?
And Himiko isn't going to parry him too?
Yeah, how does she feel about having a trailer?
Don't seem to really notice that he's on the back of their ship. Let's see. The Dilly is up. Oh, sorry, the Tatterdemalion is up next. So I believe we have someone navigating and someone at the helm this round.
Yes.
So if Invala wants to roll.
10.
Oh.
10. Awesome.
Man.
Pierre,
Then need to see the
like to move the 10 squares.
Oh, I'm not sure if it would. You know, dang it. Hitbox on those is bigger than I'd expect. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would get us to the Umawaru. 8, 9, 10 or 10 would I think. Oh, actually, no, those are very hard to see the squares here.
I don't know if we can pass the Dilly clogging up the ice field.
Yeah, you're not going to get past the Dilly. All the other ships you can kind of move through their space, I've decided, but the Dilly is just a big.
Might be faster to go the long way. There's a traffic jam making the ice giant angry.
Maybe. All right, 1.
Maybe the ice giant will just throw ice cubes into that.
3.
She might be more mad about her ice being broken than us going around
8,
the backside.
9, 10. You agree with that, Jeremy?
Yeah, it looks like 10 to me.
All right.
Okay. And then
It's a song.
No one's on the crow's nest. Just double checking the map here. Here's there and Molly's there. All right. What lug is
Fire.
So one thing to note, it is possible to go overland here if you're not in a boat.
Oh, yeah.
Which
Maybe
may become relevant for one member.
Yeah, I thought it might.
Meet us on the other side.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. So that's the Tatter. Up next is the Umiyawaru, who's going to continue its ice breaking. Let's see how they roll this time. That's a 6 and a 4. So they will move 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And our little break line here is now all the way through. And they're just they have no cannons. They seem to be pretty happy just to be out in the lead. One of the cats that's in the crow's nest points to something off in the distance in front of them, but you're not sure what.
Maybe a little yellow submarine.
Uh-oh.
Dread is up next, and the Dread is in a kind of a bad way. They did roll a 5, and they're kind of stuck in the back here. So just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's it. They're just kind of going stealth mode and trying to not raise the ire of the Frost Giant. Goldspring is going to go. The Duchess is going to try to get her breath weapon back. And she fails. So they're just going to move. And they're moving 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next up will be Little Chugger. Somewhere beneath the waves, Little Chug is chugging on. Chug, little chug. Chug, little chug. Okay, so Courtlow, you're in the water, and as the fear has ended its effect on you, you actually notice that Little Chugger is chugging along right past you.
Oh, okay.
Their little propeller in the back kind of going, so a little bit of smoke being released into the water. But they're still submerged and don't seem to be trying to handle anything. Next up is the Nuatu, which will make a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then lastly is the homunculus. Homunculus. And they roll a 2, which is amazing. 1, I don't know. They can just clog right behind the gold spring, actually. They are going to shoot another round of cannons at the gold spring, this time just normal cannonballs. So this is going to be 3 shots.
Oh.
And they hit twice. Uh, 6 for the first hit, and 12 for the second hit. 18 damage to the gold spring. Now, the gold spring, being made of gold, is not the actually hardiest ship in the group. You notice that the mechanical spectators that are aboard it, most of which have been destroyed, but there is like some amount of melting of the gold that's on the deck. And the cannons that have just been shot by the homunculus have done a surprisingly good amount of damage to the hull. And like some of the gems are kind of like starting to like fall off into the water, of which the Duchess seems pretty annoyed every time one of them plops off.
It's like, am I done?
Let's see. That is end of ship movement.
That's what you get for driving a jewelry box.
Yeah.
New plan: hijack the gold spring and sail away.
Get to safety, melt it down.
Sink it and come back for it later.
In Vala, it is your turn.
Okay. Yeah, if I go up, I use my movement, and I want to stay where I am to use my action to get movement. So, yeah, I'm gonna stay where I am, use my action to do movement for the ship.
Okay. Courtlow.
Would it be possible using performance of creation to create a small sailboat 10 feet long?
Let me see.
It says, as an action, you can create one non-magical item of your choice in an unoccupied space within 10 feet of you. The maximum value is 120 GP and it lasts for 3 hours. The maximum size is large because I'm 6th level.
Amazing.
That sounds good. Let me just try. Where is this? Is this performance of creation?
Bard College of Creation.
I'm imagining the very first scene of the what was that relatively recent series? Jack Sparrow.
Oh yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Coming in on
the crow's nest.
Exactly. Yes.
I'm absolutely going to allow this. This looks totally perfect. So yeah, it's not like the best sailboat because it's only 120 GP worth of sailboat, but it'll give you. We'll say it'll let you move like a D6 on your turn.
Awesome.
Just as like a little bit of movement. same as everyone else, and you will also always be, as long as you're on the boat, be considering to be both helming it and navigating it. Sound good?
Okay. Sure.
All right.
Great.
So, do you want to give us maybe a little description of what your little created sailboat looks like?
All right. So it's yeah, it's a small little wood paneled like canoe, but with a sail sticking out of the top. And so Quartlug's like in the water, and exactly like what you said, kind of like that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean, but in reverse, where all of a sudden he's like starts moving a little bit, and if you're watching, you're like, what's going on? And then like a mast appears in front of him, and then the boat rises up out of the water and just starts going forward. He's just standing on it.
Beautiful.
Amazing.
Awesome.
And I don't think I have a bonus action that I can do, so that'll be my move for now.
Bless you.
All right. Great. 5-10.
I want to see what repairs I can manage with my smith's tools.
Awesome. Are you proficient with your smith's tools? Yes.
No, I'm proficient with my thieves' tools.
It looks like I see smith's tools and thieves' tools as both proficient.
Okay. Yeah. Then yes.
So go ahead and make an intelligence roll and add your proficiency modifier.
Oh, that one +3 is when it says proficiency bonus. That's what you mean?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. What was the roll?
Intelligence.
I was looking for the proficiency. 9, 10, 11, 12.
12. All right. So you heal 12 hit points to the hull.
Nice.
Well,
Nice.
What are we
very
at
simple
currently?
calculation. However
I
much
lost
you roll,
track.
you heal.
That's fair.
we are now at 51.
All right.
Technically not foundering anymore.
Technically.
What is new?
All right. Anything else in your turn? 5.
Okay. If I dash, can I make it up to the crow's nest?
If you dash, can you make it up to the crow's nest? Let's take a look.
I'm pretty good at climbing.
Oh yeah, you have a climbing speed as a cat, so you can just move normally up there. So absolutely, you can get up there with dash.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. It's good to be a kitty.
You want to make a tabaxi character so bad?
Pierre.
We are hunkered over at the wheel, preparing to not ram into anything.
All right.
Or ram into things as appropriate.
Yeah, depending on.
Action. Actually, do I have any spell bonus actions? I don't think I do.
Healing word.
Anyone need any healing?
Can you use that on the boat?
Can I use healing word on the boat?
No, you cannot.
In that case, there's nothing I can do.
All right. All right. End of ship round. We will go back to, character round. We'll go back to the ship turn. And the first thing that's going to happen is the Frost Giant is going to go. And Frosty is going to change targets, partially because the Umiawara is getting annoyingly far away. Oh, Shunnerbrett would have moved with the Umiawara. And is going to go after her second target, which is the Gold Spring. And she will go ahead and throw a big ice cube in that direction. It misses and lands nearby, so we'll get yet another little area of colored complexity. We'll put it just like right there. Yeah, that's all that she's going to do on her turn. Let's see. Next up, we're going to take the boat turn for Courtlig's boat, which I've just labeled as QQ boat. So if you want to roll
Nice.
2d6, go ahead and do that.
Where's my d6? I don't have any d6. Do it on this. Ouch. Yeah. Cat just jumped off my lap. All right, 4 is the high.
4 is the high. Then go ahead and move yourself 4 squares.
All right. I feel like I'm not gonna 4 squares.
Remember, there's a channel there. We'll be able to hit it by the time.
There's a channel there, but it's currently blocked up by the cantankerous Dilly.
Suspect they'll be gone by the time to make it.
Guess I could try. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. That's my 4.
You move up there, and as you move away from the little chugger, you lose sight of it. Let's see. Now the Dilly is going to go. Dilly has rolled a 7. So they are going to move at half speed when they're crunching through this ice. So they're going to go 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and just kind of get up here. And now this channel being cut in here is, do a triangle. There we go. There. So now it is cut a pretty wide angle in the channel leading through. Although the Dilly itself is still blocking the pathway past it. Shonerbrat, still connected to the fastest ship and doesn't really see an opportunity to make headway. So Tommaso is just going to just chill there on the back, not doing anything particularly crazy. Which brings us to the Tatterdemalion. Go ahead and roll navigation.
10.
Hooray! Amazing. Six, 7, 8. That would put it right on the same square as the Umiwaru. So I think I have to go. Oh, this is like, yeah, here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think right there.
Yeah, you can definitely share a space with the Shonerbrat if you want to, since it's just like a little guy. You can also decide to ram the Umiwaru if you want to. But that has.
Do that?
It could,
seems like a terrible idea.
They could potentially take damage, but we would also take damage if I understand.
Yeah.
Is that?
We have quite a ways to go with this ship intact if we want to make it.
Yeah.
Don't ram the ship shaped like a sword.
Yeah.
That was hard. That was way too hard.
Yeah, and we're way worse off than they are, so yeah, it would be worse for us than it would be for them.
That's kind of my read.
Yeah, if anything, pull up next to them, get the cannons out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're a little too busy to man them at the moment.
Yeah, we're down a person.
We should get a perception roll now, though, which may be useful.
Oh, yes, that's true. Who is that? That's 5, right? 5, go ahead and make your perception check.
Great perception. Okay. Oh, not the right one. 18.
18. All right, so that sees all the way over here. So you're kind of glancing off in the direction up ahead of the ship, and you realize that there's some surprises up ahead of you. Nothing too insane, but there is some sandbars that are located in this area over here, marked in red. They're very shallow, and they will likely be a serious problem if you try to move over them, damaging the ship and/or slowing you. And they cover a good chunk of the pathway across, though you can figure out how to navigate that. Oh,
Nice.
also, it's a little past the point of it being useful, but while you're looking ahead, something out of the corner of your eyes also dazzles you a little bit. And you realize there's a small container of explosives that is sitting on the side of the little icy channel between Frosty and the land. And looks like it could be used for a variety of purposes. But if you were to blow it up, bad things would probably happen to that little icy channel and/or anyone nearby. Let's see. I think that is everything for the Tatterdemalian's turn. We will now go to Umiowaru. Umiowaru's going to roll its d12 and 7. So they did spot the first of the sandbars, and so they know to move around it, and they have moved up here. Shunnerbret kind of zooms on past, gives you a little wave as he goes. And then it will now be the Dread's turn. Whew, and they rolled a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're still behind you, though. And you notice that more of the bones holding the ship together have healed up, causing less damage to be taken. Heal some of the damage to the hull. Gold Spring is up next, and they'll be rolling. Let's see, roll to see if the Duchess gets her breath weapon back. She does not. And then they will be moving. And they rolled a 10. Gold Spring is they're not going to try to go past the Dilly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They do come up right behind the Dread, though. And then little Chugger is going to move somewhere, little Chugger beneath the waves.
Very much picturing a Captain Nemo figure at the front of a round Apollo dome.
Yeah, that's definitely evocative of that. And then Nuatu is next. They're 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're just going to kind of like hunker down right next to the Dilly. One of the druids looks over at the frost giant and is going to try to cast a spell on it. And the frost giant is going to attempt to save. And that's a 6. So the frost giant turns into an ape. Wait, sorry, an orangutan. Not an ape. I think I'll probably see if I have an ape monster. Not API, ape. Ape. I guess it would be a giant ape. Okay, that's a little big.
Crazy looking
now
ape.
Giant ape. It's not actually that big. Well, no, maybe, I don't know, whatever. Frosty looks down at her ape-like features and kind of shrugs and then picks up an ice cube, which is now a little bit too big for her to throw easily, but she can probably still do something with it. Let's see. Next up is going to be the homunculus. They have rolled a 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And are in the back. Okay. We will now move to person combat, person initiative. Go down to the Tatterdemalion. I'm going to say the undead are pretty much just unuseful at this point, so I'm going to remove them from here. Courtlog is on his own little boat.
10 by 10.
Right on the water. And Vala, you're up first.
I'm going to stay where I am and do movement for the boat.
Okay. Courtlog, what do you got?
I'm going to cast Animating Performance, animate, and turn my boat into a dancing item.
I'm sorry, what?
Which can fly.
What?
Excuse me?
Whatever,
This is getting weirder and weirder. Animating for as an action, you can animate one large or smaller non-magical. Non-magical. Okay, no, that's right. That isn't being worn or carried. The animate uses the dancing item stat block, which uses your it obeys your commands. It lives for 1 hour until it is reduced to 0 hit points or until you die.
Yeah.
We have a stat. Oh, we do have a stat block for the dancing.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
AC 16, hit points 10 plus 5 times your bard level, so that would be 40.
Yep, shows 40 there. Interesting. Okay, so it can fly.
Yeah.
And you basically have just a flying mount for the next hour?
Yeah, I think that's basically what I'm hoping for. It's a boat that flies.
Very interesting. Okay, so that takes an action.
Yeah, and I have no bonus that I can do. So I think that's it for me.
Okay, when you use your Bardic Inspiration feature, you can command the item as part of the same bonus action. I need to read the full thing on here. This is such a crazy ability.
I was worried we'd be underpowered with half of our party being bards, but here we are.
Here we are.
Here we are. Third place. And last place.
I mean, you could just fly to the end, you know.
I know, I'm just like, fly across that peninsula and meet us on the other side.
Yeah.
Oh, did you read this part? Wait, do you say dancing item?
Mm-hmm.
Irrepressible dance. When any creature starts its turn within 10 feet of the item, the item can increase or decrease the walking speed of that creature.
Mm-hmm. Provided it's incapacitated.
Interesting.
Okay. All right. So reading through this, what it looks like is if you use a bonus action, you can tell it to do more than just normal movement. You can tell it to dash, for instance. Or whenever you also use a inspiration, you can tell it to do those things. So otherwise, it moves immediately after you. So I'm going to stop treating it like a boat and instead just treat it like a flying, moving thing. So you're riding it and it can
The
move.
scale, though. So if it flies, it can only move 30 feet, which is 1 square per turn.
Right, two
so
total squares if you use a bonus action to tell it to dash.
Okay.
But it also can move diagonally and it can move over land.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good with that.
Right. I think so I'm gonna go 1, 2, yeah, right? 1, 2, yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're diagonal now. Yes. That's not a boat.
Yeah.
Okay. I was unsure how this was going to work out, but it's getting real interesting. 5, you're up.
Very interesting. All right. Since I got a pretty good view of what we had going on in front of us, I'm gonna dash to get back down to the repair and get ready to see what I can patch up further.
Yeah, you just go ahead and do that now.
Okay.
So intelligence plus 3, because 3 is your proficiency.
Yeah. And then that's just a straight d20 since I don't have an intelligence bonus.
That's correct.
Okay. It's getting too dark to use the real dice.
Addition to Hortlug, he's just riding, right? He rises up above the water on this boat. Now the boat just rises up over the land. It's just
great.
like cutting across the land. You're like
15,
Everyone's just
16.
like, what? All right, so you healed about another 16 points of damage.
Awesome.
All right. That's 5. Pierre, you're up.
I am going to stay doing what I'm doing.
All right. Still continuing helming. Okie doke.
Yep.
Then we are going to go to next turn up is the Ice Giant's turn. Remove the skeletons from the initiative order. As a giant ape, Frosty is looking very confused. She decides to wander over towards the edge of her iceberg and just kind of like chuck at the cantankerous Dilly the ice cube that she's holding. She can't quite get nearly as much range with it, but she still manages to lob it over there. She will hit and do a little bit of ice damage to the Dilly.
Nice.
Excellent.
Someone's at the front door.
Okay, someone's at the front door. That type of thing, like, I'm sure it's useful, but that would terrify me. That, like, that would go off in the middle of the night or something.
Mm-hmm. I would rather not know that someone's at the front door in the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's locked. It's going to stay locked.
no, the worst is like at night when it says a presence is at the front door.
Oh,
You're like, what?
A presence? Because I don't mean presents are at the front door.
I didn't know
A
it was
presence.
programmed to say that.
Oh, look at those teefies.
Look at his grumpy face. His brother was just beating him up, so I had to rescue him, and he's not happy about it.
I did not
Like being beat up or rescued.
I know, you didn't need any rescuing. You look like a little goblin on camera.
Yeah, Griffin was in my lap, and then Nino was just meowing, which made Griffin go attack him.
Yeah, you taunted him. Why do you do that? Why do you get beat up?
That face is so funny.
He's definitely in a mood. Yeah.
one of one of our viewers, Nora, has just said, "Oh my God, that face is killing me." So,
Yeah, grumpy.
Pierre's doing anything? Oh yeah, Ice Giant just went. That's no longer on there. Dilly is going to be going first on this round. They have cleared through all of the ice, so they're just moving as normal at this point, although they're looking pretty battered. This green die is really hard to beat. Oh, that's an 8. So it's going to actually ram into the back of you. And so this ship, it's like 4 times as wide, maybe 5 times as wide as the Tatterdemalion. And so you guys are just kind of like going along, and suddenly there's a shadow that is creeping over the ship as the giant smokestack from the Dilly approaches from behind. Lots of little Fulings with crazed looks and white painted bodies are standing on the edge of the ship. It comes up and tries to ram straight into you. And go ahead and make a saving throw, Helmsman.
Helmsman.
That's
All
you.
right, that's me.
That's you, Pierre.
What am I now?
They're at +3, I think, they're safe.
So 16.
16. Okay, so you managed to nudge the ship just to the side enough that like it makes contact with you, but just causes you to turn a little bit without taking any damage. And then you guys are boarded by a bunch of these little white pasty Fulings that swing over on ropes and land kind of near the back of the ship. Let's line that up. Surely we have Goblin here, right? They wouldn't leave us out to dry, okay. So these guys just land all over the back of this thing. They've got little cleaver things. They've got some of them just are bare knuckling it. They often have the do-rag things like the Smee do-rag from Peter Pan fame. And they all look in your direction. And they are here to mess shit up. That's the Dilly. Shunabrat is going to go back to the other screen. I have so much clicking to do, guys. You have no idea. All right.
Up on our deck.
Shunabrat is going to just keep sticking it with the Umioaru since that's working. So now it is the Tatterdemalian's turn.
So I get to roll for movement.
Roll for movement, please.
6.
6. Go ahead and move your 6. And keep in mind that you can see Courtlug flying on his little boat over the peninsula.
4, 5, 6. Possibly we take it to here so that we can make the trade next turn.
Yeah, looks good to me.
I think is like 2.
Does he have to be riding the boat for it to listen to his commands?
No, he does not.
Ooh. Oh.
Kamikaze.
Let's see. So that's movement for the Tatterdemalian. No one's at the cannons, right? So we will go over to the Umioaru. Who is going to roll? That is an 11. So the Umi, however, did not see the other sandbar and moved straight forward right into it. They are going to fail a saving throw and just completely run aground onto this sandy ledge. They take a bunch of their ship takes some damage. Kimiko comes up to the edge, seeming to be pretty annoyed at the whole circumstance, and starts barking orders to the other samurai. By the way, the samurai have like these the typical samurai helmet that you'd expect from Meiji era Japan, and then they've got these sort of grotesque frowns that are smiles that are on the faceplates that are slid in there. And so they go to work trying to free the ship from the sandbar. That's the Umioaru. The Dread is going to go next. Dread's dice. And they get a 6. Dread. Oh, the Dread is once again stuck as usual behind the cantankerous Dilly. This is, by the way, if you haven't seen the other thing, and you probably won't for a while, but things being stuck behind the Dilly is a very common occurrence apparently in this campaign. So
Glad we're ahead of it.
Mm-hmm.
It is good to be ahead of the dilly. And they're gonna, I mean, they've just seen a decent number of the crew move over to your ship. So they both launch cannons and boarders onto the dilly. So they shoot their single front cannon, which does hit and deals some damage to the dilly. And then also a couple of undead swing over on ropes to land on top of the dilly. So most of the crew is now depleted from the dread. All that's left is a skeleton crew.
Like a recursive infinite amount of crew if they're reduced to a skeleton.
They always have a skeleton crew. Gold Spring's going to go. The Duchess is going to roll to see if she gets her breath weapon back. She does this time. And they're going to roll movement. That's an 8. 1, 2, 3. They're going to move up right next to the dread. She's real annoyed that the dilly is in the way, and so she is going to breathe fire onto it. They're going to attempt a saving throw. They're going to fail. Oh, they get advantage. They're going to fail. And we'll take the full 5d6 damage. Damage. They managed to roast the back of the ship. A lot of the excess coal pile, because they have a bunch of extra coal just kind of like lying on the ship, catches in flames. A few of the fuelings immediately perish in a burning inferno. And there's screaming, and a few, like one has, like his hat is on fire and he's running around in circles, doesn't seem to understand that he could either take the hat off or like douse it with something. Raven Maxine, captaining the ship, tells some of the remaining crew to go back and try to deal with it. Next up is Little Chugger, who is moving beneath the waves. And they move some amount. Now over there. And then we have Nuatu. Also rolling 2 minutes. Who is... Guess what? They're also stuck up behind the dilly. They're start throwing bananas in the general direction of the giant orangutan that they have turned Frosty into. Frosty like picks the tiny bananas up, sniffs them, and then like bites into them and seems to be like, "Whoa, these are the best thing I've ever had." And then lastly, as usual, is the homunculus, who is really far in the back right now. And they have rolled a 4. They're only right there. They are the various different soul forged on top of this are kind of hunkered down, trying to not get the ire of the banana wielding ape at the moment. With that, we will go to ship to onboard combat.
Should the Schonenberg have moved up with the Muratu?
Yeah, same.
Yes, did I forget to do that? Yeah. So it has now moved up next to it. Although Tommaso is giving it a look-see and being like, huh, that doesn't look good. Onto the Tatterdemalion. And Vala, you hear the sounds of fueling warbling coming from upstairs. It is your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna run up the stairs. Can I get to the top deck?
1,
4,
2, 3,
5, 6, 7. Yes, you can get there with 7 squares of movement. I don't know how many you have, though. Are you 30 or 35?
Oh. There's my movement. Why did they move things already? I mean, probably 30. Yeah. So
in that case, no, you cannot get to the top. You can get to there. That is 1. So see, you were there next to this station. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 7 would take you up.
Yeah. Well, actually, 1 second. Let me go look at something.
I'm thinking another fear film, quite honestly.
And just get 5 tail this time.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm more afraid of water than I am of clowns.
Possible.
Fall off into the water.
Cancel that. I'm just gonna stay where I am and do the movement for the boat.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Courtlug, it's your turn. Let me move to the other map. Are you on?
Of course, if I leave the helm, then that'll probably send us straight to the sandbars, so...
Yeah. Move 1 square as part of the dancing items movement, and then I want to do. Let's see, who's on the 5? You used your bardic, right?
Not
Or
yet.
you still have it? Oh,
Mhm.
okay. So I probably can't reach anyone else. So I guess I'll just bonus move the QQ boat onto the tatterdemalion, kind of like right on the back end of it, kind of like
Yeah, I mean you're coming
park
up
it.
from behind, so let's sort of like figure this out. How about we put you like
You land on some goblin.
Yeah, I kind of want to rest on that so that I can move with it and not be forced to chase it at reduced speed for all eternity.
Park it, anchor
yeah.
it.
kind of
So you're gonna
kind of
land,
park
like,
right
here?
on the poop deck there. And then I still have an action. So
Yes.
actually what I would like to do before we get out of range again is I would like to cast silence on the what's the big ship? The Dilly. Because that's a large it's a large crew, so I figure if I put silence around the captain, that would cause a large amount of confusion and difficulty for them.
Let me see here. So we have
If I can see the map of them. It's 20-foot radius.
120 feet.
120 foot range, 20-foot radius.
Right. Okay. Go magic maps. All right. So Bertha Bay, you started your turn. So you're not really on the big map anymore, but you started your turn like I'll just put you there. Here.
My turn.
So
Yeah, right
1,
there.
2, 3, 4. You're definitely ranged with like the bottom corner of the ship. Let's go over to this thing.
Oh, I figured because since I moved into the tatterdemalion space, that should be a little closer, right?
Oh, is it?
Because I'm like kind of angling up. I guess I'm at the same angle.
It's about the same.
So, yeah, so it's 23 feet to the center versus it's times 6 roughly. So I'd be just in range of maybe like the one side from where I started, but I think from where the tatterdemalion is, it's a little closer.
So I would say from the back, you're probably hitting like this range.
Okay. So let's see. That's navigation, cannons. Yeah. So if I could, do something like.
So right, the right there where it's centered, that's the throne. So
Okay.
if you where currently Raving Maxine is, so if you wanted to, you can move that zone around to wherever you want to. That's a 20-foot circle.
I don't want to get both of the helmsmen. Either the helmsman or the
throne.
Yeah, I get the throne. The throne and the what are these symbols? I forget already.
Those are the bosun, the repair people.
All right. Well, they are damaged, so. Well, anyway, yeah, getting the throne should cause the most confusion. So if I can do that.
Awesome. I love
I
it.
feel like that should throw a wrench in it.
Okay. All right. So there's a sudden like moment of silence because you didn't realize not only is Raven Maxine constantly yelling things and you're hearing the sound coming from her ship, but also you caught the like smokestack, like the major boiler of the ship, which is underneath the smokestack. And so a loud like sugar, 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 sugar has just completely stopped. And you didn't realize how noisy it was until it's gone. And you're like, oh, that's so nice.
It's just a surfboard.
Yeah.
I told you. All right. Back to the Tatterdemalion. QQ, that was your turn. Courtlug. Next up is 5.
I got a bunch of goblins.
Yeah, you got these 7 goblins, right?
All 7 of them. Ready, go.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
You could come back and steer again.
I gotta get away from these guys first. Can disengage be used for more than one enemy you're in range of?
Disengage just makes you completely immune to attacks of opportunity.
Actually, you don't have enough movement to get back there, I don't think. Even with if you have to disengage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was over.
I could at least not be surrounded on all sides, maybe, if I can, like, jump out of here.
Since I'm there, am I threatening one of them so you would get advantage on the one between the two that are kind of between us,
Yeah,
right?
the two that are up into the corners of Courtlug would definitely be. You could sneak attack then.
Yeah, so if you want to sneak attack and then disengage.
All right.
25, 30.
Yep, we can always jump out of here.
Those 4, but not those with us.
With dual wielding, are both attacks on the same enemy? Or can I like...
So if you are dual wielding, it lets you make a attack as a bonus action. But it sounds like you wanted to use your bonus action to disengage.
Mm-hmm.
But no, otherwise they do not have to be on the same target.
Oh, okay, I see. The second attack is an option for the bonus action.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I mean, at least we're not lined up with both same places.
Yeah, I was hoping you could chat, but yeah, we are.
So we went to the side to.
You guys, make sure
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, are you doing that?
Yeah, I mean, my first instinct was to disengage and to try to like backflip out of this crowd so that I can face them in one direction.
You can do that. You can get an attack before you go. You can break that up however you want to.
Okay, yeah, then I would. I'll try to attack one of these ones close in between.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Give me an attack roll.
If you choose to use it, you can do it after you roll, but before you know if it hits.
Oh yeah, that's true. You still have your.
Oh, but I think you'll be all right.
I already rolled, so.
No, you do it after you roll. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but you don't
roll
need to.
a 24. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so that's going to hit. Go ahead and roll damage on the goblin. So you will be doing your extra sneak attack damage.
That's.
Sneak attack.
The easiest way to do that is to just click the damage for your dagger, and then you can scroll down and click the damage for the sneak attack if you want to.
I did, yeah. So 6 plus 7, so 13.
Oh yeah, there it is. 6 plus 7 is 13. Yeah, so, and you're using a dagger. So you, on your way before you jump away, you drive your dagger, and the fueling dodges right to one side. However, it dodges right into the dagger, and you manage to wedge it in one of its eye sockets. It scrambles around for a moment before it slips off the dagger and falls to the ground dead.
All right.
And then your bonus action and movement.
Yes. So I'm going to disengage from the ones that are next to me, I guess. I think it looks like these ones would be in range. And I'm not sure how far I can get.
So you can move 6 squares.
Okay, I'll go back to the mast. It looks like 6.
So yeah, you'd be like basically right at the base of the mast. Looks good. Pierre, you're up.
Pierre is going to indulgently saunter down to here, his full move, and then he is going to cast Fear and a cone 30 feet out. That should be
Hey,
1,
does
2,
that
3,
catch
4,
Courtleg
5,
again?
6. Was that?
Oh, it doesn't hit Courtleg. I thought you were going to fear Courtleg again.
I mean, it will look like it, but it, again, it's quite good. Get off my boat.
It's 30 feet?
Yeah, it's a 30-foot cone.
Oh, yeah, look
Which
at
I
that.
believe has 6 remaining of them.
Nice.
I love these targeting overlays. They're just so sexy.
Right?
Yeah, that's really cool.
All right. Okay. Saving throws. Starting going reading style from the top left. That is going to be a 13. What's the DC?
15. You need to hit a 15 to avoid becoming frightened.
Okay. I'm going to put a little black border to show when I'm frightened. All right, next one. That one rolled a 18, so he's good. Next one. That one rolled a 17. That one rolled a 7. So this guy is now black and blue. Next one is he rolled a 19. He's fine. And the next one is 8. Oh.
All right, 50-50.
No. Better than nothing.
Yeah,
Can't complain too much.
Definitely
All right. Anything else on your turn? You still have a bonus action, I believe.
I am going to extend a bardic inspiration on Portload Quall.
All right. A little gold.
Yeah, brother.
Here is going to make like he's pulling a rope, and it's going to look super realistic, like he's reeling in the little tugboat, pulling it in and tying it off. Yep.
Like move. I'm gonna like make it move to like match your actions.
Perfect.
Oh no, the bards are synchronizing. I've always heard about this, but never seen it. Okay, that's Pierre's turn. It is now the goblin's turn. So first 3 goblins that are feared, I'm just going to say they all jump like immediately off the ship to avoid visual contact with the terrifying Pierre. And then at the end of their turns, because they've broken line of sight, they will try to save. First one has saved. Second one does not save. And the third one does not save. So they are just free floating in the water. And assuming you guys move more than like a square, they're probably not going to be an issue. Other three gobos. I think they're just going to kind of run over in this. These two are going to run over here. Actually, all three of them are just going to back court lug into a corner. And they have goblin pack tactics. So because they're adjacent to an ally, they will attack you with advantage. They've each got like a knife like clenched in their teeth. They pull it out and go slashy in your direction. The first one is going to roll a 20 to hit. 30-20. All right. And it does 5 slashing damage to you. Second one, also attacking with advantage, is going to roll, wow, an 18 and a 19. So 23 to hit. I'm assuming that will also hit. And he does 6 slashing damage to you. And then the third one is going to come in. And these guys are rolling like insane people. That's a 19, a dirty 19 to hit.
See with my shield.
I think even aren't you at 19 with your shield?
Yes, 19 with my shield.
So meets it, beats it, as they say. So that will be another 9 slashing damage. So they all get in there. They're just you're having a hard time. Like, oh god, there's way too many little knives coming in my direction. And you get nicked up pretty bad. All right, I'll go back to boat action turn. Activate Bertha Bay. I wish I could have just multiple maps open at once, but it is not to occur. We will start off as we do with the Dilly. The Dilly is going to roll. And oh yes, so the Dilly is currently in a state of confusion. So Raving Maxine is raving silently at the moment, and a lot of the feelings have sort of stopped what they're doing, and like you could tell there was this like they almost worship her because of how much of a crazy mad tyrant that she is, and seeing her suddenly being like has shaken their confidence, has shaken their zealotry a little bit, and so they, for this round at least, have all abandoned their posts, and so she's going to roll without any advantages from crew. So the first roll is going to be just a single roll to move, and it's going to be at 2, and they're going to just keep going the same direction they were going and end up over there. No cannoning, no shooting, no nothing. They just kind of move forward a little bit, and that's it. Raving Maxine on her turn is also going to realize that she has to get out of this stupid bubble, and so she kind of takes to her feet the tubes that are connected into the back of her harness, bubbling with liquid, and she takes a few steps forward until she finds her voice again and starts yelling at these stupid louts. Next up is going to be, what is it? The Shona Brat. So Tommaso sees an opportunity, and so he is going to disconnect his harpoon from the Umiowaru and try to move by himself. He kind of, cranks the engine on his surfboard. And he rolls a 3. Now, here's the thing. His light little ship doesn't sink like at all down into the water, right? It's just a little surfboard. So he doesn't care about these sandbars because they're not shallow enough for him. So he just kind of goes 1, 2, 3 right past him. It is now the Tatterdemalian's turn. And Vala, if you would roll us some navigation.
Oh, do I see? 8.
8. And Pierre is not currently navigating or helming, right?
I am not. I had to run away to take care of some goblins.
5, 6. All right, so you have just run up against the sandbar. The ship will make its own saving throw. We'll get a 6. So while you guys are fighting these goblins, you've made a decent amount of movement forward, but you hear a sickening as the ship impacts with the sand below. You will take the ship will take 3d6 damage, which is 10 plus 6 more is 16 damage. I will note in the chat as I'm trying to keep that synchronized.
51.
And you guys are currently aground until you can manage to get yourself free. Let's see. No one was. Let me just double check. So we have somebody who is doing navigation. There's no one in the crow's nest because Fivetail is just at the base of the mast. What was there? Yeah. Okay. Great. Next up is the Umiowaru, which is going to attempt to free itself, and so they make a saving throw. And they actually have managed to free themselves. So they kind of just, whoops, that's you guys. They kind of slide forward a little bit, but that's their turn. The Dread is going to go. Dread, where's the Dread? Dread's over there.
Upper right.
Yeah.
Still stuck behind the delete.
Stuck
They all are.
on delete.
Yeah.
Yeah, they roll very well. They're going to ram straight into the dilly and try to force the issue. So they'll make an attack roll. They don't manage to do any damage to it. There is a decent number, like there's been some fighting on the dilly at this point between the undead crew that's gone over there. And there's also some dead fuelings on your ship. Or at least just the one. So Zag Necrobux is going to stand onto the edge of the Dread, and he raises his hands slowly up into the air. And the over on your vessel, the fueling that was killed comes back to life as an undead fueling. That's the wrong one. No, that is the right one. And it was like there, I think. And so it just kind of like, and its eyes glow blue, and it looks around and hostile at basically everything that's not also on there. Over on the
Let's infect each other.
over on the dilly, some of the dead crew there, as well as the undead, are similarly aroused or risen. Sorry, wrong word.
Things just got interesting
A
over
lot
on
of
the
talking. Ooh, that's
Marvin
necromancy.
Gaye started playing.
All right. The Gold Spring. Let's see. Does she get her fire weapon back? Did she use it? Yeah, she did. She always does. No, she does not get her weapon back. So she is going to roll to move. And that is a full-on 10. So she is also going to attempt to ram the dilly. The Duchess is. And that is a natural 20. So she kind of like beats her wings aboard the ship as all the mercenaries are like, I don't know, dealing with the sail or doing sailing things to make the ship go faster. And then it just rams into the back of the dilly, causing a massive amount of damage. That's 8. Oh, wow. That's 3 6s. So 26 piercing damage to the back of the dilly. The Duchess kind of like jumps over to the front of the ship, and it is now become painfully aware to all of the crew on the Dilly that a gold dragon that is looking very hungry is like right there, and their ships are kind of interlocked at the moment. Um, that is the Gold Springs' turn. Little Chugger somewhere is going to go. Chug on, little Chugger. Chug on.
Going.
All right. And then we have the Nuatu. Nuatu is just going to make its basic roll. Okay, so the Nuatu gets real close to the Dilly. It does not ram it. And the various different druids on the ship all start to cast summoning spells. And first one waves its hands and a group of 8 giant owls appears. Then another one waves its hands and another group of 8 giant owls appears. Until there's about like 40 giant owls that all kind of like swoop under the ship and start to try to like lift Nuatu up into the air a little bit. And they manage to just barely get it to slide past the Dilly without having to wait for it to move past. Let me go ahead and put an icon for that. All right, so we have the Nuatu on the back of 40 giant owls.
Oh my god.
They're all flapping. The owls are looking real tired, though. And one of the owls is like, why didn't we lift it why didn't we lift it from above with our talons instead of putting it on our back? This doesn't make any sense. But they are where they are. And that's why that owl has kind of a sad look in its face, is because it's realized it's made a mistake. All right. And then lastly, we have the homunculus. And the homunculus is moved 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it really doesn't have anywhere to go, and it's just lined up in the cluster frag that is right there. Actually, it's just going to turn sideways and just like reload its guns as it's preparing to clear this blockade one way or another. All right. We're going to go back into ship combat. I think we're going to do one more round, and then we're probably going to call the session for the day. So just so you guys know, like I said, this is a campaign. It's hilarious to think that I thought this was going to fit into a single session when I first designed it. I just thought, how hard could it be to manage an entire regatta's worth of ships all at one time?
Yeah, we just kept rolling. I kind of assumed there'd be like 4 ships total, including us.
It's a lot of ships.
Well, it needed to have variety, like stuff needed to be going on.
Totally.
Yeah, no,
it's awesome.
The amount of like ships is critical to the chaos, and the chaos is kind of critical to the environment here.
Exactly.
Mario Kart.
All right, and Vala, you're up.
Okay, so what needs to happen to free ourselves from the sandbar? Is that like an individual's action to do, or the ship's action to do, or?
Okay. So the built-in way of doing it is basically it's like a status effect that you make a saving throw to end, and the ship is going to make a saving throw to end. If you have a helmless person, someone doing the helming action, they roll with advantage. Otherwise, if you have spell effects or something that could potentially like control the water around you or things like that, those can also help for you. Maybe, I don't know, control earth. I don't know if there's a control earth, but like that type of things.
Got it. Okay.
Just everything in this is pretty much just there's basic ways I have of doing things, and then imagination trumps all of that. So
yeah. Can I see that?
Yes. Right.
It's okay. Can you switch it to the big map?
yes, I can.
Okay, so we're pretty close to those two guys. If I go up to the middle deck where the cannons are and peek through one of the cannon holes, am I able to see like the crew on deck of the Umiwaru?
That's a good question. Let's see here. Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Okay. So I think what I would like to
Can
do,
you get to the deck with one move?
I can get to the cannon
Yes.
area because I've done that. So I want to go up to where the cannons are and I want to look out and see the Umiwaru. And I want to cast slow on the crew of the Umiwaru.
All right, let's take a look at the ship. So Umiyawaru is in the bottom right here. How big is Slow?
Slow is a 40-foot cube.
Oh wow, that's large.
That's enormous.
Why am I not inside an overlay?
And I can get up to 6 creatures within that 40-foot cube.
40-foot cube?
That's what it says.
Holy shit! Yeah, go ahead and place that where you want to.
That's 30 by 30, looks like.
It says 40 feet.
Oh, all right. Then the little cubes are not 5 foot then.
They're not
What they are.
perfectly aligned because it's at an
Yeah.
angle.
Like where it's at now is pretty good. Basically, I just want to get all of the positions and however many extra crew beyond that I'm able to get.
Okay.
And they need to make a wisdom save.
Awesome. How many people does it target?
6.
6. So that's the entire crew because they're all basically huddled up front, ready to like ram someone and then board them. So what's the DC check on this?
It's a wisdom 15.
All right. Starting with the captain, she has failed. How am I going to show this? Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Wait, okay, I have an idea. If I just drew. Also failed at the there. Also failed there. Also failed there. And then we have 1 success by rando crewmate. Oh, whoops, that should have been a circle. And then a critical success. Oh, here. So the 4 that are actually helming the stations have now become slowed, and the other 2 are still okay. And that includes the captain who is currently at the helm.
Great.
So while they're slowed, they can only take 1 action, and they can't do reactions.
Right. So their speed is halved, -2 to AC and dexterity saving throws. Can't use reactions, and they get an action or a bonus action, not both. And if they cast a spell, there's some, like, we have to roll to see if it goes off or not. Cool. So then with my bonus action, I want to throw my remaining 2 meteors at the captain.
Oh. Okay, we'll assume that you do this the other way around, because they're both concentration spells.
Yes.
Is it? Okay, hang on.
Yeah, I just
Yep,
just double checked.
you're right. Yep, sorry. Other way around.
Okay. So she has to make dexterity saving throws. 2 of them. Number 1
Yes.
succeeds. Number 2 fails. So go ahead and roll damage for just the second one.
Well, the first one would be half.
She
Half
has
damage.
evasion, so she will take no damage when she succeeds with a saving throw.
Okay, so for the failed save, that's 8 fire damage.
Awesome. Oh, and that's also going to potentially do damage to the ship. So let me go ahead and roll for the ship. So it takes the full 5 from the second one. So do roll damage for that first one since the ship has to
9.
9. Okay, so all right. So then there's some more smoldering burny bits on the Umiyowaru. You've used all of your meteors on this ship, right? Or no, you used some on the Dread.
I used the first 4 on the Dread and the last 2 on the Umiyowaru.
Got it.
So I am now out of meteors.
All right, and then your slow takes place. You know, the cats on the ship with their helms are like, you know, what's going on? The slow field doesn't impact gravity, so you know they're I guess you can't see their hair because they're wearing helmets. Anyways, they just start moving slow and are very confused. Anything else on your turn?
That's all I got. I used my movement, my action, my bonus action. I am spent.
God.
All right.
Okay. Back over to the Tatterdemalion. Courtland.
I was thinking about this and I couldn't decide anything. I'm going to cast Bane on the 3 goblins. Charisma 15. Save.
Okay.
And
Hold
then
first one saves. Second one fails. Third one fails.
all right. And then as a bonus action, I will cast Bardic on Pierre.
Okay.
Give him just playing along, and the ship is going to slam into I guess let's do the middle goblin.
Okay. Go ahead and make the attack roll for it.
And that's where's I had it up. And now it's gone. Spell attack modifier, so 13 plus 4, so 17 to hit.
17 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right, 1d10, which I have here. 9.
9. So
plus my proficiency. So that's 9 plus 3. So
for a total of 12. So
total 12.
This fueling is like in the middle of the various different goblins, and like it sort of looks up to see your ship like coming down at it from the direction of the sun, right? And it gets a quizzical expression on its face, like, is that a boat? And then it just like the prow of the ship just bonks right into it, and there's a crunching sensation as it just slowly crushes down onto this goblin until there's just like a pair of little goblin feet sticking out one end. And you notice it's wearing bright red slippers. Yeah, so it is smushed to smithereens. Let's put a token on here for we have ship boat. I know I have it. There we go. Medium. All right. The boat on the boat comes crashing down. Swat. What else you got?
Mike's not working.
Basically just movement, I think, right?
Yes, do you hear me?
Oh, I can't hear you. You might want to move your mic just a little
Oh,
closer to your
check,
mouth.
check.
Yeah, okay, there it is.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I'm not going to move.
Okay.
I'm going to stay here.
All right. 5, you're up.
Did I miss? What is this yellow border? Does that mean is a
It
status of
means
some
that you
kind?
have a bardic inspiration.
Oh, okay, great. That's a good reminder. And we're currently beached, so navigation is not doing anything for us at this point.
Well, no. If you are, navigation is not. Helming will give you advantage on your save, your ship's save to on beach itself.
That would be good.
Yeah,
can take
I have a short bow. I can shoot towards the closest goblin, and then I'm gonna make my way towards the helm.
If you use your action though, you won't be able to do the helming
I
action.
can't shoot. I can't shoot
You
and
can do
move.
damage though. You should take that.
Hmm?
I'm literally a clown. You should take the shot. Or run over there and like start stabbing them from behind. If there's a Bane one who's going to have disadvantage.
What you're saying?
So you're saying that you're going to go up and do the helming, Pierre?
Yeah, I'm going to go do the helming.
Okay.
Plan to drop a healing word and then run. Not much I can help with against 4 fuelings. Color spray.
I mean, you did get 3 of them to jump off the boat.
Yeah, and that was huge.
Yeah, and I'm almost at a huge slot, so. And we did look at that time, so yeah, I think that guy's gone too. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all away. All right, so what are you doing, 5?
Trying to see what's alive down there. Is there 3 on the boat still?
Yeah, there's 1 undead one and then 2 normal ones. The one with the red border has been baned, so it attacks less well.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and use my short bow against the undead.
All right, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Advantage on the undead one? Because the boat is threatening him?
I mean, it allows you to do sneak attack damage, but it's not advantage.
Oh, okay.
And yes, the boat is definitely threatening to them.
It is now, right?
Yeah,
After it crushed one of their buddies.
yeah. It brings keel hauling to a whole nother term. 24. Okay,
Jesus.
so that hits. Go ahead and roll damage plus sneak attack damage. Okay, so this, to remind you, is the one that you had previously sunk your dagger into its eye to kill it. Now you've just run away. It came back to life, and you've just beamed it in the other eye with an arrow. And so now it's just like got 2 empty spots. Well, one of them has the arrow still sticking out of it, and it just like spins around and falls back to the ground, deciding that maybe death was a better idea in the first place.
Never mind.
All right. Movement.
Movement. I'm gonna go back up, then, because I can still shoot from up there if Pierre is gonna steer, and hopefully get us a better view of what's coming up.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Pierre, your turn.
Bonus action healing word. Oh, that's a good roll. 11 healing for Courtlug. So bonus action, and then gonna move casually back to the wheel and prepare to use my action to steer us off of this sandbar.
Fantastic. All right. We'll go back to the major map and do our last round of ship movement. First up is, of course, the cantankerous Dilly. And she is going to try to move. Raving Maxine has managed to move herself out of the silence area. She has kicked around and like done some verbal and physical abuse to some feelings to remind them who is boss. And she has now kicked them back into action. They are going to roll, although not fully helming, so they're only going to roll 2 dice instead of the normal 3. First, they're going to move 5 squares. And they're just going to kind of move under the Nuatu. And they just run straight into this bank because they weren't paying any attention to that. They'll make their saving throw to not run aground, and they fail it. So the Dilly just kind of immediately finally gets moving again and then crashes into a sandbar and takes some more damage. Raving Maxine is fairly annoyed by this, but she is pretty much always annoyed. That's kind of her, default state. Shunnerbrat is going to continue making his move, seeing that there's nobody around, and he rolls a 4. And it's just kind of zooming ahead. And then Tatterdemalion. So it is your turn, and on this turn, you guys need to make a saving throw to free yourself. So go ahead, Pierre, since you're helming, make a saving throw with advantage.
And I use my Bardic Inspiration on that as well.
Absolutely.
Let's see.
You don't even need it.
18 plus 5, 23 plus whatever bonus I get for that. Not sure what to
I
add
think
to
the
it.
save is +3 for the ship.
Yeah, it's +3 for the ship. So yeah, that's 21 plus 26.
26. Yes. So you manage to you do a little bit of wriggle, and then you're reminded of like the amazing gong performance that Courtlug did a moment before, and you're just like your feet start tapping, and the rhythm is just the exact right rhythm to get this thing moving, and you wiggle and you wiggle and you get over the bar. And because you rolled so absurdly high, I'm actually going to let you guys do a navigation round. So if and Volley you want to roll, just you're not actively navigating, so it's just the 1 die, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, go for it.
4.
4. All right. Go ahead and move yourself 4 squares.
2, 3, 4.
Right, that Pierre used the Bardic on, right?
Yeah, so we can take that away.
So he also gets temporary hit points equal to the number of the Bardic Inspiration die plus 4.
Oh. I get temp HP for 8. Wait, Bardic Inspiration die was 5 plus 4 total, so I get 9 temp HP.
That's
very cool.
Bad news is that you've run from one sandbar straight into another.
No.
The Shunnerbrat's just scooming right across it on his light vessel. Go ahead and make another saving throw.
Oh. Did we with advantage or no?
Yeah. With
Still advantage?
Yep.
Okay. Oh.
+3.
12.
12 is not going to be enough. So you run aground again.
Rats.
The ship takes 5, 6, 7 more damage.
Maybe that number that might be not.
All right. Umiowaru's turn. They freed themselves last turn. This time, seeing that you guys are stuck in the water, they've decided, well, Hold on, let me see if they make their oh wait, no, they're slowed. Hold on. So all right, they're going to navigate. They move only 2 squares. And they're going to move right there, and that's it. They're not going to do anything else because everyone is still not moving very quickly. I will remake those saving throws now, I guess. Failure. Failure. Wait, yeah. Failure. Failure. They're still slow.
Yay.
And yeah, that's all they managed to do on their turn. The Dread is coming up next. They move only a pair of squares up here. I think that's all they're going to do for this round. The Duchess is going, rolling to see if she gets her breath weapon back, and she does not. Sad dragon noises. And they are going to move 10 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And Little Chugger is going to move beneath the waves somewhere. Somewhere. Oh, wow. Okay. And then lastly, lastly? Oh, second to lastly, the Nuatu is going to go. They are going to make their little roll here. They will move 6. Oh wait, they can move diagonally, so they're down there. Their owls are still in tow, just kind of flapping around in circles. And then lastly is the homunculus. They move 4 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4. As they move past the Dread, they're going to take a shot at it with their 3 cannons on that side. A hit, a miss, and a critical miss. So they only do a bit of damage, but not insignificant.
But not which?
Insignificant.
Going to say, still like 3d6, right?
Yeah. But I mean, they're the cannon boat. They're trying to do more than that. At this point, the Frost Giant stops being an ape and turns back into a Frost Giant, as the polymorph spell has ended. Actually, technically it ended last turn, but I forgot. And I think for that, we're going to end the session right there. Each of one of these rounds is pretty long. Let me make a note as to where we are.
Yeah.
And I hope you guys were enjoying this. It's a little bit more intense than some of the other D&D that we've done. A little less on the role play, more on the action and stuff. But I love the originality and lateral thinking you guys are using. Courtlug's getting removed from the ship and then managing to get back was probably like peak Bard right there.
That's awesome. Yep. I was so worried that he was just gone forever.
When can we do part 2?
That's a question.
Oh, I'm also going to end the recording right now.